Woo-wee! Hello, everybody! What is shaking bacon? Okay, let's see. Hold on. Oh my gosh, that was real bad. Oh man, that was a sneeze if I've ever had one. I have got to turn that down. That is blisteringly loud. Woo! Oh man, unfortunately, wow, I just happened to get a case of the sniffles right here and now. That is such an L take. That is a bummer. Woo! Oh, it's real bad. Oh, hello. Greetings. Yo, see those plants in the corner? Yeah, I know you see those plants. I was thinking, just starting up a little time-lapse video. I can't read what that says. Hold on, I want to be able to read. Oh, is that just the plant name? Hold on. Oh shoot, phase of root development. Oh dang, that's awesome. Oh man, that's absolutely awesome. Unfortunately, it's gotta stay just right down there. Dude, these plants are gonna be the star of the show. Not the story, these plants. these plants are going places. These greens, these leafy dudes, they're the real carriers of the story. Oh man, I'm just trying to figure out. I think that's like the only best spot to put them, honestly. I don't think they're gonna survive well anywhere else. Oh, okay. I'll see it when I believe it. Okay, let's see. Do I have everything set up, I guess? Okay. This is the plant moment indeed. What's up? Welcome to the chaotic crockpot. Oh man. Okay, so last chapter of Fallout Equestria, we just got to our cast, our crew, our gang just got to Twilight Sparkle's hideout where they just met Spike the dragon. I don't think many of you all will stick around, but I'm just saying, could get exciting. Might be. It's entirely possible. Woo. Okay. I am not gonna stall any longer. Those leafy dudes, I know will keep you occupied for a little bit, so I'm just gonna begin. Alright, so chapter 21, the Heart of Twilight Sparkle. Let's see here. Have you ever watched the moon rise over the wasteland? I wish I could have given you something as wonderful as that. Dragon. Really big, gigantic, enormous purple dragon with green spines, with claws and spikes, and very, very sharp teeth and huge mouth that had just promised not to eat us. Dude, this Spike or whatever, honestly, wait, this Spike and Twilight are like well over 100, no, it's just been 20 years. What the heck am I thinking? I'm like mixing up my Fallout 4 logic and everything. Oh man, no dude, this Spike is huge. Apparently he's the biggest dragon we have seen in this series to date. Alright, let's see, well, that was a start. I could hear the voice of my companions around me, but I couldn't turn my head. My gaze remained locked on the dragon staring down at us. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. Calamity, Velvet Remedy whispered urgently. Don't shoot it. No, we are just starting. It is all good. If you gotta go do so, it's perfectly understandable. Velvet, let's see. Don't shoot it. I weren't planning to, Calamity hissed back. Girl, you gotta let that go. Pyrelight cried out and flew away, wings flapping with the sound of a crackling fireplace. Interesting, mused a deep rumble from Steelhoof's armor. I'd say he's a damn sight more uninterested. He said he was Spike, Steelhoof said curiously. He didn't say he was Watcher. The dragon's gaze locked on me. He raised a very sharp claw the length of my whole body, addressing me. Spike, the fully grown dragon asked. They do know I can hear them, right? Yup, alright, all good. I figured a lot of people pretty much do these days, so it's all good, I don't blame you. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure it's canon Spike, just XL. XL. There's a lot of L's. He's huge. So y'all can enjoy some plants, that's why. Little Pip, Velvet Remedy, and Calamity. Please don't be afraid, Spike smiled, showing way too many sharp teeth. Dragons wouldn't smile when they're trying not to be intimidating. You're welcome in my house, on one condition. Yeah, this is about the plants, alright? This isn't even about the story anymore. This is about the little greens that give us oxygen. Watcher was setting conditions. That would have irked me. But this was his home. And Watcher was a dragon. Dragons got to set whatever conditions they wanted. I was fully expecting something along the lines of, don't steal, hoof throw, what? Hoof through or touch my treasure. Oh, my bad. I was not prepared for the dragon to point at steel hooves with one lethal claw and say, that stays outside. Well, that was a little discriminatory. Okay. Watcher had a problem with ghouls? That irked me. Perhaps not quite as much as it would have meeting Ditzy Do, and before learning about Rotting Tail, but it still bothered me. He's with us, I insisted, putting my hoof down. I breathed fire, Spike countered, winning the argument. Exactly my point, bro. Dude, don't mess with freaking Spike. I turned to Steel Hooves. You okay with this after everything? Part of me was ready to turn my back on Watcher and just walk away if Steel Hooves said no. I'll be fine, Steel Hooves answered. I felt unexpectedly relieved. Besides, I won't be alone. Steel Hooves' armor-sheathed tail jabbed towards the Sky Bandit. Pyrelight had taken shelter inside and was furtively peeking her head through one of the windows. Apparently flying into the home of Equestria's largest predator was a much to ask our new feathered companion. Who the heck is Pyrelight again? When did we meet them? I don't even remember them. I remember the name. I don't remember anything else about them. Yeah, I have no clue. And Steelhooves then turned back to the dragon. Okay. Velvet Remedy was more gracious and diplomatic, giving Spike a courteous bow. Thank you, mighty Spike, for allowing us into your house. She barely paused before choosing to use the word he had. Do dragons blush? Spike seemed to. He glanced back into the darkness behind him. Well, it's really more of a cave, but I fixed it up enough that it feels like a house. Howdy, y'all! We're all shaking. I'm sure you did splendidly, Velvet Remedy fluttered. Spike turned. We all ducked as his massive tail swung around and led us into the cave. We followed all except Pyrelight and Steelhooves. A pony in my head stomped insistently, wanting to know why I had just been required to leave a friend outside. Bruh. It's a gigantic dragon. You don't screw around with dragons. Okay. A dragon? Watcher was a dragon? The I'm about to get eaten dread was washing away, and I was surprised to find that tip hoofed in to replace it was anger. What the heck did I just... What sentence was that? It's delightful, proclaimed Velvet Remedy. I didn't know a dragon's cave could be so homey. She turned around, taking in the scattered piles of gemstones surrounding an immense circular bed sunken into the floor. And there are so many books. You must be a collector. The walls were lined with bookshelves, many of which were full. The cave continued on into the darkness through a massive fissure in the back wall. Yes, that dragon is Spike. I thought that was obvious by now. Oh, man. Well, ambush in the caves continued darkness and fissure in back wall. They're twilights, Spike said, almost reflexively. Then, with a touch of sadness, he corrected himself. Were twilights. I'm sorry, is Twilight pulling a Mr. House? No, you see, those plants are the spotlight of the show. You're gonna look at those plants and you're gonna, like, be stuck staring at them while I read the story. You know, it's all a ruse. It's a ruse. Yeah, Spike the cactus, I'd believe it. It's a ruse to keep your attention. Respect the botanicals. Oh man, tomatoes. That's pretty cool. The main course is the plants, dude. Twilight Sparkle? I asked, seeking to confirm my suspicions. I was already sure of the answer, even before the dragon nodded. I was thinking of the audio message Homage had played for me. The one rarity had left Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle had not gone to Pinkie Pie when she ran out of the room for her books. She had started storing them here. A single terminal sat on a pedestal near the bed, an only slightly fancier model than that found everywhere in the wasteland. A cable snaked deeper into the cave for the machine's back. I had been expecting something much more like Homage's setup in the mace BS. I don't boop. I don't know. The little pony in my head was stomping more insistently, finally feeling just a touch cross. I bluntly asked, why did I tell Steel Hooves to stay outside? Little Pip, shut the heck up. It's a dragon. We don't mess with dragons, especially when they are from the main cast of the show, okay? Okay? You calm down, Little Pip. You're out of line. You didn't. I did. Spike said, as if I needed to be reminded of the flow of events. The day a Steel Ranger steps hoof into my house is the day I eat canned food. The ominous growl in his voice made it very clear what can he was talking about. Oh, welcome to the story. Oh, man. It's been a little while, but man, we have been waiting for this boiling point. Okay, Spike didn't have a problem with ghouls, he had a problem with Steel Rangers. Or was it with the Ministry of Technology in general? From someone who spent his days jumping around sprite bots, that would be a surprising attitude. I can't just extend the plant video, I'll have to find another one when it's done. I wish I could, though. I wish I could just plant videos. There you go, enjoy those greens. Be surprised, huh? Velvet Remedy was still looking around, expressing admiration that the dragon was just soaking up. I suspected it had been a very long time since some pony had complimented him on anything, even something as simple as how well he kept the books dusted. Leave it to Velvet Remedy to know just what to say. Gosh, dude. I cannot believe I'm still, I am not sure how, the relationships with some of these characters is, oh, an invader. Oh shoot, we got an invader attacking the plants. Get away from the greens. Oh gosh, sorry folks, I was really panicked for a second. It had been a very long oh, wait, Velvet was still... What the heck? Where the heck do I go? What can he was talking about? Okay, so Spike didn't have probably Steel Rangers. Okay, I read that. Gosh dang, am always doing this to myself. I'm always forgetting where the heck I am. Velvet Remedy was still looking around, expressing admiration. The dragon was soaking up a bit of a very long somebody has complimented him, even something as simple as he was kept books dusted. Leave it to Velvet Remedy to know just what to say. Okay. Particularly since I was feeling much less diplomatic, I bit my lip. I was seething just under the surface, and I couldn't put my hoof on why. I wondered if my emotional state was some sort of delayed party time mental withdrawal, or if I was just more tired than I realized. I'd spent most of the last 4 weeks, ever since leaving Sable 2, in a state of physical or mental exhaustion. Well, when you get shot 24/7, that'll happen. But Homage had pulled me through a miraculous and... Oh, why did you have to phrase it like that? Recovery. I should be in far more control than I was suddenly feeling. I looked away from Spike staring at his huge bed. It did look comfortable. Plus, with pillows and blankets, I'd even say it looked heavenly. I blushed hotly and shivered from something not related to cold as my brain conjured up. Oh my god, dude! Oh, hell, the sauce is only gonna get worse for this story. I already know it. I am terribly sorry, everyone. I swear, after that perk little Pip got from the last chapter, it's all over. Any sense of normality this story could have is now gonna be filled with... yeah. Exactly. Words. Anyway, Spike took the sound as a big call for attention. Oh, right, the black opal. He stretched out a purple paw, its expanse bigger than my whole body. If you would, please. Courier pony at your service, I thought bitterly as I floated out the black opal and set it into his palm. Why did you want this so badly? I asked. He was a dragon. He was no more able to view the memory than an earth pony could. And I doubted that any pony had ever made a recollector in his current size. Because, he answered simply. It was the last time Equestria's greatest mares and my closest friends were together. With a sadly nostalgic tone, he added, all of us in the same place at the same time and happy. That's deep. Oop. I completely killed the audio. Okay. Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the party! Oh man, enjoy the plants. They provide air and oxygen. They're pretty great. They were, in Spike's own words. In Spike's own words. The greatest heroines of Equestria, the mares who epitomize the 6 most important virtues of pony kind. The mares whose friendship had the power to change the world. How did it go so wrong? By the way, Fluttershy created a nuke. Yeah. If you haven't caught up in a while, Fluttershy made a nuke. And then gave it to everybody. Dude, the plants, dude, don't mess with the plants. They'll make it go backwards, dude. They're crazy powerful. Them suckers are green. It was Velvet Remedy who asked, but I think we all needed to know. Spike was slow to answer, and much of what he told us I had already expected. Those ponies, my dearest friends, were not without their problems. They had their failings. Even when they were young. But their virtues let them stand up to the hardship, and their friendship gave them the strength that they never had as individuals. Spike smiled nostalgically, but then the smile faded. Even the greatest people have their flaws. And when put under pressure or in the right circumstances, those flaws can become cracks. They can break you. Yeah, I know. Op and Flutter over here. And with the ministries, they weren't together anymore. And they were under pressure all the time. Spike stopped, and then fiercely asserted, not that everything that went wrong can be laid at their hooves. Not even most of it. We all nodded, listening intently. First there was the war. Equestria has been at war for over a decade before Luna created the ministries. War changes everything. War. War never changes. So you're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hon. Spike informed us passionately. Before that, Equestria had known peace for over 1,000 years. We didn't know war. We didn't understand it. Maybe, if we'd had a few in the past, we wouldn't have made all the mistakes all at once. The dragon's tail thumped, making gems and books and ponies jump. And then there were the ministries themselves. The very epitome of good ideas and noble intentions gone wrong. And not by the fault of the mayors who ran them. Velvet Remedy caught an inflection in Spike's words that I did not. What do you mean? The mayors of the ministries didn't actually run the ministries? Well, yes and no. Spike pinched the bridge of his nose between two claws, wincing a bit. How can I put this? We waited as the dragon gathered his thoughts. Of the 6 of them, only 2 even tried to run their ministries. Those were Twilight Sparkle and Rarity. The others pretty much just threw suggestions at the ministries and hoped for the best. Spike fought for words before finding an analogy he felt was suitable. I found it an odd choice myself. Think of the ministries as dressmakers. They have their own ideas of how to make a good dress, but they are beholden to the sporadic demands of their clients. In this case, my friends, the mayors who have been put in charge of them, even when those clients don't have the first clue about the art of dressmaking. No matter how good the suggestions may seem, no matter how brilliantly skilled the dressmakers may be, they can still end up with a nightmare design. Let me guess, he used that because of Rarity, right? That's guy. He literally only said that due to Rarity, I bet. Oh yeah, if you're out of the loop, you're technically doomed at this point. Calamity broke in. Yup, especially if what you're talking about is more like a committee of dressmakers. All competing for their vision. Spike agreed. Democracies tend to make a mess out of everything, Calamity said with a clear bitterness. Only time they can act as one is when they're feeling threatened. I looked at my rust-coated companion, wondering where that had come from. Oh, of course. Suddenly I was very happy I didn't know more about Pegasi politics. I don't get it, Calamity commented. Why you hiding in here? Ain't like there's much a dragon needs to hide from. He cocked his head thoughtfully. I mean, a really ticked off Ursa Major, maybe. And that's when I knew why I was mad. His words were like an earthquake, opening a fissure of reason to the anger simmering just beneath the surface. My response was natural. I erupted. All this time, you've been a dragon. A dragon all this time. Spike looked at me startled. Little Pip, Calamity cautioned. Please don't upset the really big dragon. I stopped fuming now. Do you have any idea how much good you could have done? How many lives you could— Oh, Little Pip. Oh, you idiot. I found myself advancing on the dragon in my fury. I would have face-huffed at the preposterous of my own actions had I not been blinded by righteous anger. Spike's backing away from me only heightened the absurdity of it. Don't tell me you don't care, I spat. I know you care. You've been watching. Why aren't you out there doing something? The equestrian wasteland needs someone like you. Spike looked abashed, but insisted. I have my reasons. Reasons? I attacked, afraid of getting your own claws bloody. Bro, he was a kid at the time, I am to guess. Why the hell would he be out there? Little Pip, take a step back. Reflect. Hell, the Ponyville Raiders couldn't have even scratched your scales. But no, you'd rather send a little mare fresh out of the stable with virtually no combat experience into a pit of raiders, where she's more likely to get killed than to save any pony. I was huffing, my mane and tail were in disarray. Part of me seriously wanted a charge watcher, maybe with all my telekinesis behind it. My horn could give him a jab he might actually feel. Little Pip, what reasons? What could possibly be more important? I was screaming at the dragon. All the times I had put my own life at risk to help others, and the person who had set me on that path was a nigh invulnerable dragon, yet couldn't be bothered to leave the house. What do you need to polish your gems? Count them? Maybe take a nap? Spike flinched, seeing that was like dumping fuel on the fire. I opened my mouth and let out a barrage. I didn't know I had it in me. Enough, boomed Spike, finally sounding like a dragon. I cringed suddenly, remembering that I was small and probably tasty. The single word slammed me into silence. The dragon turned away from me, looking to my friends. Do you trust Little Pip? Yup, said Calamity without hesitation. Yes, I do, chimed in Velvet Remedy. I felt a pang knowing that I might have hesitated had our places been reversed while I forgave her. I still felt the pain of her betrayal, no matter how well-intentioned and beneficial it had been. Alright, then I will tell Little Pip my reasons, but only Little Pip, and only on the promise that she never tell anyone else, not even you. Why? Velvet Remedy asked politely. I would have demanded an answer. Spike scowled deeply. You've seen memory orbs. You know that there are ponies who can rip a thought from you with their magics, and the so-called goddess who commands the alicorns is telepathic, and through her, so are they. What the heck did I just read? Who can rip a thought? What the heck did I just read? What? There's a bigger picture? I was struck with the new image of the alicorns as terminals linked to a mainframe, sending and receiving messages from and through it. This is how they knew when and how one of their own had died. Their goddess observed their death through the alicorn's mind and then sent the knowledge on to all the rest. What the heck? That is wild. The fewer who know, the smaller the risk that someone might rip that knowledge from you and use it against. He paused before concluding, with me. But he's a dragon though. Who the heck cares? I frowned. If Watcher's reason for being Watcher was that dire, then Spike was taking a massive risk just telling me my outburst alone couldn't be cause enough to break 200 years of silence. Or was it an opportunity? Again, I got the impression that the dragon was desperately lonely in his self-imposed exile. On the other hand, Spike could just be full of horse apples. Alright, I stated firmly. I'll agree to that condition, but only if your reason is good. No. Okay, how about I just don't tell you and you go away? How about I just don't eat you? That is my reason. Oh dang, those are cool. Holy cow. Oh my goodness, look at those traps. Those Venus fly traps. Wow, that's awesome. Oh, that's so weird. They just grow from like a little line. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my goodness, there it goes. That's awesome. Oh wow, look at those plants. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're going back. Huh. So that's how it works. Oh, let's try it. Like the maneframe, 200 USS. Spike contemplated that for just a moment before seeming to accept it. He stared to Calamity and Velvet Remedy, and will Little Pip's word that my reason is good be enough for you two, without ever hearing what it is? Yeah, Calamity said, frowning. I trust Little Pip's judgment. She says you got good, 'cause to leave the rest of the folk out there on their own, that good enough for me. Oh, then I'm sure they'll love them, probably. Feel free to do that if you wish. Velvet Remedy nodded. Of course. Then follow me, Little Pip. I have something to show you. Is he gonna take Twilight to just... I'm sorry, take Little Pip to a skeleton of Twilight? The huge purple dragon turned and lumbered further into the cave, passing through the fissure in the wall. I gave Calamity and Velvet Remedy one last look and then trotted after him, nearly needing to gallop to keep up. What am I looking at? I asked for a moment. I asked for the second time in my life. We had traveled into the center of the mountain peak. I had soon realized we were following the cable from Spike's terminal, and now I stood in a vast chamber large enough for a dragon to move around easily. Along the walls were mainframes, half a dozen of them, with gemstones that pulsed with magical energy. They all seemed to be nearly dormant save for the closest one, which beeped busily. In the center of the room, like a gigantic stalagmite of magic and steel, rose the tapering column of super mainframe that made DJ Pwn 3 systems look downright quaint. Massive, insulated wires ran up the walls from the tops of the mainframes, then swooped across the chamber to attach around the column at a point well above Spike's head. The chamber was a chimney, staring upwards. I could see far above us a rough circle of night skies twinkling with stars. The super mainframe was pointed towards that hole like a colossal magical wand. A crusader mainframe, Spike answered. Crusader? You mean the AI system that killed everybody in the vault due to lack of water? The ultimate arcano-technological mainframe, so powerful it could think for itself. Learn. It could even hold the imprint of a pony's mind. Only 3 had ever been built. I remembered. One was installed in Stable 29. One went to the Ministry of Awesome, and this one, came here. Of course, it went to the Enclave faction. Who else would it go to? The platform radiated out from the base of the Crusader like a 6-pointed star, each point ending in a dais. Whatever. Upon each dais rested a fine pillow, upon which sat a single piece of jewelry. The one closest to me was a beautiful tiara. The other that I could see was a necklace. Are you? I looked at Spike, suddenly questioning my assumptions. Is this Watcher? Spike chuckled. No, I'm Watcher. This is a Crusader mainframe. A very special one. What does it do? I asked, my curiosity beating down my anger. Except let you hack sprite bots and spy on ponies. Something this incredible couldn't be here for a purpose so pedestrian. Right now, nothing, Spike told me. I felt the little pony in my head cry out in disappointment. It's waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for who? I looked at Spike blankly. Spike seemed to bulwark himself. I sensed the plunge he was about to take frightened him. This is Twilight's, Sparkle's greatest and most important project. She poured her heart into this. In the end, it was more important to her than anything else. Spike trailed off, looking to me as if pleading that I could grasp how meaningful his words were. I nodded, waiting for him to continue. I was reserving judgment, but already felt sure that Spike's reasons were, if not good enough for myself or other ponies, truly of vital importance to him. You missed a lot. She commissioned the Crusader and worked on it herself in every private moment she had, creating a mainframe which could cast a very special spell. I blinked, jaw-dropping. What? All this? I waved a hoof. Just to cast a spell? Is it restore the world type spell? Spike glared at me and I shut up. Not just a spell, a mega spell. One more powerful and more complicated than any other mega spell ever conceived. Oh, okay, so the biggest atom bomb ever. Twilight Sparkle would have been able to cast it. The most powerful magical pony born in 1,000 years, and she created it. Gardens of Equestria was beyond what even Celestia or Luna could hope to cast. Gardens of Equestria? Yes, Spike answered. A single spell powered by the elements of harmony, calculated and cast by a magical augmented Crusader mainframe. A single spell that would affect the entirety of Equestria, cleansing it of radiation and taint, restoring it to the beautiful paradise it once was before the other mega spells twisted and poisoned it. Oh my goddesses. I stared eyes wide, unbelieving, even though I could tell it was true. One spell, one single spell that could fix, well, not everything, but it would mend the soul of our mortally wounded land. Then why? I asked slowly, an ache building up inside me. A beautiful, restored Equestria. Why hasn't it been cast? Spike spoke with almost infinite sadness. Because the ponies who can use the elements of harmony are dead. Which is why Spike needs everybody to become friends so they can use the elements again. Oh my gosh. That was the whole point of all of that. All that we have learned. Just to cast that spell that restores the world. That is fascinating. I moved around the Crusader looking at each element of harmony in turn. I stopped when I reached the necklace with a balloon-shaped gemstone. I went to the get-together at Spike's place and brought it just like you asked. All of my friends were there. But you. Twilight Sparkle entrusted you with the element of magic, didn't she? She entrusted me with all of this, Spike answered. I can't leave. If a band of raiders should make their way into this place while I'm gone, or worse, a troop of steel rangers? He didn't need to say anything more. I can't take the risk that someone might damage or destroy this, Spike said anyway. I have to stay here. Keep guard until I can find the right ponies. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Spike's goal right now is massive. Noble. It's a super noble goal, though. I completely understand why he can't go anywhere. I sat down next to the laughter dais. I have no clue. My eyes wet, the raw emotions stirred, but what I was seeing and hearing were too much. For nearly 200 years, Spike emitted more English brain overload morosely. I have been searching out ponies who seemed like they were virtuous, helping them, setting them on a path to find more like themselves, all in the hopes of one day finding the right 6 ponies. Magic, kindness, laughter, generosity, honesty, and loyalty. Wow. My heart broke for the dragon. All that time? He gave a bark of hurting laughter. You wouldn't believe how hard it is just for a pony to find 5 friends in the blasted horror of the wasteland. He looked down, his eyes taking me in. Well, actually, you do. Does it have to be 6? I asked. In all of Equestria's history, there has only been one pony who has ever been able to wield more than one. Trust me, I have a lot of books on the subject, and that was Celestia. She used the power of the elements of harmony to banish the monster her sister had turned into. Only with the elements can magic that powerful be cast, and only Celestia had the ability to use them all. Then why didn't she? A thought struck me. For that matter, why didn't she just send all the damn zebras to the moon? Because she's dead too, Spike informed me bluntly, and even when she wasn't, she couldn't use them anymore. They were no longer hers to use. Interesting. Yeah, that number's always gonna fluctuate, but relatively be on the lower end, so it is what it is. I stared up at the nearest dais. The tiara, Spike had informed me earlier, was the element of magic. I found myself reminded just how pathetically unmagical I was. For all the raw power I had learned to tap, I was truly a one-trick pony. A dark realization washed over me. It's not us, is it? I looked around at the dices and then back to Spike. We're not the right group of friends either. We can't bring Equestria back. I felt my heart tearing. You're still looking. Spike nodded sorrowfully. No, you're not. He snorted laughter again. Don't feel bad about it though. You're an amazing pony and have amazing friends. I have no doubt that the group of you will do a lot of good for the equestrian wasteland. It's just not your destiny to heal it. A beautiful green, healthy Equestria, full of life, just a spell away, and I was insufficient. I never felt more worthless. Hey, Spike scolded, reading my expression. It's not your fault. Hell, imagine how hard it is to find a pony with the virtue of laughter in the equestrian wasteland. I thought of Ditsy Doo and felt a spark of hope. We might be the wrong ponies, but maybe I could start Spike on the right path to finding the ones who are. I think I know who you're looking for. Honestly, Derpy's the kind of, person I always imagine just having, a crew of an invisible laugh track in the background. Just always there. I swore that I would never speak a word of what Spike had shown me. I almost wished he hadn't. The consequences of an enemy learning of what Spike was protecting in this place was no less than the doom of Equestria's greatest hope. It was a heavy secret even for a dragon, and I was a very small pony. On our way back to the others, I noticed something that Spike had unintentionally blocked my view of before. Set high into the wall was a glass case. In the case were 6 statuettes. I knew them all. I already had 4 of my own. I couldn't see them properly, nor could I read their inscriptions without floating myself up to them. I felt that would be inappropriate. See? When in doubt, unicorns just make yourselves fly. Henceforth, unicorns are the best of the default 3 species. Just use magic and fly yourself. What happened to them? I asked suddenly. Spike stopped looking back at me, then trailing my gaze up to the display case. I mean, I know what happened to Pinkie Pie, but what happened to the rest of them? Oh no, they're dehydrated. No! No, the flowers! No! What happened to them? I asked Spike. Spike stopped looking back at me, then trailing my gaze up to the display case. I mean, I know what happened to Pinkie Pie, but what happened to the rest of them? Spike's jaw clenched frighteningly. I don't know. You don't know? I mean, you were there, right? I don't know, he repeated, sounded threatening. I took a step back, swallowing hard, suspecting that I had crossed a line and probably destroyed any bonding that had begun in the chamber behind us. I stared at the floor. Oh, of course, you were here. Oof. The dragon's voice boomed with anger and self-incrimination and regret. I was asleep. Must have been one hell of a nap to, like, you wake up and go outside. What the hell happened? Where the heck is everybody? What the heck is this? What is this going on in the world? Yet again, I found myself staring at the ground, the huge, purple, powerful dragon who had somehow slept through the apocalypse. I just needed to take a nap. I figured that if anything important happened, someone would wake me up, Spike cried, his voice brimming with self-loathing that made my own self-hatred seem petty and small. I should have been there. I should have been with her. She was my closest friend. She shouldn't have died alone. But instead, I was asleep. I'm so sorry, I said, my voice trembling. I put a hoof on his scales in a feeble attempt to comfort him. He was too big to hug. Spike just stood there unmoving, lost in the ocean of his own regrets. He didn't cry. I suspected that the tears this pain could wring from had all been shed over a century ago. So I cried for him. I understood it. This mountain was in the middle of nowhere. Days' travel from any hint of civilization. It would have been nearly impossible for even the sounds of the megaspell to reach this far. Easily mistakable as thunder, the flashes of light might have pierced the cave, but after the very first hit, the Pegasus ponies had closed up the sky. When Spike had gone to sleep, all his friends were still alive. Equestria was struggling through the darkest part of its history, but there was hope. It could pull through. When he woke up, Equestria was gone. His friends were dead. The sky was cloud-locked and the land below was nothing but blighted, poisonous wastes. I wondered how he had ever been able to sleep again. Frickin' deep. God dang. I just want you to remember, Spike told me as we approached the main room of his house, that Gardens of Equestria was the real gift that Twilight Sparkle gave to all of us. His voice took on a slightly hard edge. I know that as you travel, as you poke your nose into places and memories, you're going to hear things or learn things about my Twi. But this, what you saw back there, that is the true heart of Twilight Sparkle. I won't forget. I promised. And remember, this is your secret now. And my little breakdown back there, that's a secret too. You breathe one word of that, and I'll eat you, Spike said dourly, then cracked a smirk. Or for that matter, if you make any jokes about a grown guy playing with dolls. Calamity and Velvet Remedy looked up at us as we returned. From Velvet's expression, she could tell I had been crying. It's a good reason, I said simply. They both nodded, clearly willing to accept it. An awkward silence fell over the room. Calamity glanced nervously towards the entrance. Somewhere out there were the other Pegasi, a whole civilization that had once been his home. To his family and friends, he was now a Dashite. Dashit? A traitor. Was he thinking about them, missing them? Or was he worried about what his own kind would do? Not to himself, but to his friends. Should they catch us up here? Nah, Spike's alive. Spike is alive. Spike is literally like the main guy we got going on here. They're literally at Spike's house right now. They just walked away from Spike. Mostly. kind of, I think. Calamity... An awkward silence fell over the room. Calamity glanced nervously towards the answer, somewhere out there... I already read that. Wait, yeah. Velvet Remedy fidgeted with her saddle boxes, medical kits that had seen far too much use patching up wounds inflicted by violence. The singer, an inspiring medical pony, a pacifist by nature to whom the thought of harming another pony was abhorrent, now wore 3 weapons, one of them a combat shotgun. She'd stopped speaking to us like we were capable of horrible things, because now she knew what we were capable of. Instead, she retreated into a fantasy world that was more of a minefield than she could ever know. Spike, I could almost feel the pain everyone was hiding. Tell us about them, I said, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to me. Twilight Sparkle, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and the others. You knew them, Spike. Tell us about what they were like when they were younger, when they were happy. Tell us of the good times, Spike. Everyone here needs to hear that, including, if not, especially you. Wait, I gasped. Oop, that was loud. She got them to let her go by whining? Oh, the Diamond Dogs incident. Oh, I remember that. Oh, that was hilarious. Calamity was laughing and gave up all them jewels to boot. Spike nodded, a big smile on the dragon's face. I'll have to remember that, Remedy said with a dangerous silkiness. Great, Spike, Calamity muttered. You doomed us all. I clapped my hooves on the cave floor in applause. Tell us another one. This was good. Calamity had cheered up immeasurably at the tale of how Rainbow Dash had stood up against her own for the buffalo. Velvet Remedy had virtually fangasmed anger over Fluttershy's caring for a sick phoenix, and I could tell that talking about all of them, especially Twilight Sparkle, was doing Spike a world of good. I opened my saddlebags, pulling out Sparkle Colas for each of us. One of the bottles had wedged itself against the audio recorder I had found on the cliffside, forcing me to shake it loose. Part of me felt bad that Steel Hoops couldn't be in here with us, sharing these memories, but I understood all too much why Spike didn't want a knight of the Ministry of Technology poking around his lair. Instead, I tried to memorize the stories so that we could share them with him. Okay, here's another one. This is the story about Twilight Sparkle's first winter wrap-up. Winter wrap-up, winter wrap-up. Ba, 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 da, ba. Oh man, I love Winter Wrap Up. That's a good one. That's a good song. Okay. What's a winter wrap-up? Calamity asked, opening the Sparkle Collide past him. Carrot-flavored liquid erupted in his face. He shot me a look. Oh, come on, I chortled. I owed you that for the Ministry of Awesome. He glowered, then chuckled. Velvet Remedy floated him a cloth to wipe his face. Oh, it's amateur at best. I'm hardly trying. It's improv. Okay, let's see. Oh shoot. Oh crud. Oh god, I got a cable caught on me. Oh no. Oh no, get it off. Get it off. I got it. Let's see. He shot me a look. Oh, come on. I told I owed you that for the Ministry of Awesome. He glowered, then chuckled. Velvet Remedy floated him a cloth to wipe his face. Spike watched us with amusement, waiting for Calamity to dry himself before answering. Well, that's when the ponies of Ponyville would clean up the winter so that spring could start properly. As he looked at us, I could see it dawning on him that none of us had the slightest clue what he was talking about. Two of us were from stables and had never experienced a winter. Calamity had been an outcast long enough to have been through a few, but only wild winters that wrapped themselves up on their own. The Pegasi had long stopped aiding the passing of the seasons. You know what? I'll just Thanos snap that sucker out of existence. It's all good. It's all good. Well, normally in Equestria, one season would be aided to finish neat and tidy by magic. But Ponyville was founded by Earth Ponies, and it was tradition to help wrap up winter the Earth Pony way without magic. But they had unicorns and Pegasi living there too. Velvet Remedy questioned, so why didn't they use magic? Spike nodded. I thought it was silly for the first time too. First half-dozen times, actually. Wasn't until I visited Philadelphia that I understood. Understand what? I asked. Well, it's more difficult for Earth Ponies, Spike explained. They don't have magic. They don't have wings. A lot of the time, they have to work 3 times as hard to get half as much done. But they will, without a complaint. You won't find ponies as proud or stubborn as Earth Ponies. I took Spike's words as the generality they were, although I wondered how they might apply to our friend clad in steel. Of course, Earth Ponies are exceptionally innovative. Wait until I tell you about the story of when Pinkie Pie chased down Rainbow Dash and a Griffin with a crazy flying machine. They're always looking for a way to do more work more easily. That's why Earth Ponies have always been the ones to push technological progress. Equestria probably wouldn't have ever come up with the wheel if it wasn't for Earth Ponies. I believe it, Calamity agreed. Well, the part about the wheel, I don't believe. No Earth Pony could have kept pace with Rainbow Dash. I smiled at that. Spike returned to his story. It all started with Twilight waking me up way too early, and I told you that you are not welcome in here. I turned knowing that Steelhooves must have walked into the cave. Maybe he overheard our voices and wanted to say something about Earth Ponies. That would certainly fit the proud and stubborn label. Steelhooves was backing into the cave. Not good. Sorry to intrude, the Steel Ranger said, but you have more company. Fry me if you must, but you might want to deal with them first. Calamity's voice was nearly a growl as he said, them? 4 Pegasus... The Enclave! Figured I have waited so long to get the real Enclave here. It's time. It is time. It is time the Enclave will restore Equestria. So, let's see, 4 Pegasus ponies completely entombed in a nightmarish black Pegasus Enclave armor flew into the room, landing in front of us. Oh, that's a good game. Oh man, we got a Sigma squadron here. Spike reacted immediately. The green-spined purple dragon drew himself up to his full height, snorting flame and spreading his wings wide. You are not welcome here. They stood their ground, although 2 of them backed up a pony's length. Oh man, the Enclave's time is now! Seems you have some other guests, the lead Enclave Pegasus said casually. They are here at my invitation. You are not. The lead Pegasus spread his forehooves in a disarming gesture. We're just here to make sure they find their way safely back beneath the clouds, he said amiably. I think we can find our way ourselves. Calamity had lowered it into a fighting stance. He kicked a handle below the bite piece of his battle saddle, a lever that had not been there before 10 Pony Tower. I heard a clicking inside the battle saddle as the ammo type changed. I was certain he had just swapped in armor-piercing rounds. Don't shoot them, Velvet Remedy hissed to Calamity. Let us at least try diplomacy first. Well, looky who it is. One of the female Enclave Pegasi called out with a whistle. We got ourselves a Dashite! Not just any Dashite, one of the other black-clad males spoke up. That's Deadshot Calamity. Horse apples, I heard Calamity mutter under his breath. The lead Pegasus looked between my friends and the Pegasus who had identified him. You sure? Oh yeah, winner of the best young sharpshooter competition 4 years running. You don't forget the pony who beat you. Gutshot? Calamity whispered, eyes going wide. Oh man, uh-oh. The leader's compound visor turned towards Calamity, locking him in its glowing fire-colored glare. Well, I'll be. Decorated military officer to murderous traitor. The gems on his battle saddle's antenna-like weapons began to glow a fierce yellow-orange that matched his visor. Sorry, Dragon, but this changes things. Spike didn't seem to think so. Go while I still lit you. The dragon was growing impatient. You seem to forget who is in charge up here, Dragon, the leader said, still speakingly gently. Now, we'll be going as a gesture of goodwill, but we'll be taking that criminal there into custody. He pointed a hoof at Calamity. You seem to forget who is tasty and good with ketchup. Hey now. The mayor in sinister black magically powered armor spoke up again. Look, Dragon, sir, the reward for this one's head is worth a pretty nice pile of gems, far tastier than any pony. Tell you what, let us take him, the reward is yours. Spike paused, blinked. Gems? Oh no, he wouldn't. Not after everything he just told us about friends, especially his friends. The Pegasus nodded. A lot of gems. A lot of gems? Yup. Spike cocked his head as if listening to a voice we couldn't hear. You've barged into my house and tried to bribe me with gems, asking me to betray one of my guests to you. A guest who you have named after a pony who was not only a good friend of mine, but the bearer of the element of loyalty. Yes? The Enclave mayor didn't seem to like where this was going. I, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. I permitted myself to crack a smile. Spike reached forward with one claw and dropped it onto her back, pitting her against the floor. He leaned very, very closely to the mare, then used another claw to lift up her visor so that they were staring at each other eye to eye. Spike snorted a gout of flame into the magical armor through the open visor, setting the Enclave mare on fire inside her enclosed suit. She screamed and thrashed for an unbearably long second or two before perishing. Smoke curled out of it, seams in the insectoid metal carapace. God dang, dude, that's like the equivalent of drowning inside a spacesuit, I imagine. That is horrible. I heard Calamity bite back, a strangled sound as I gagged from the smell. I didn't think I'd be eating cooked meat for a long time. Oh, goddesses, moaned Velvet Remedy. Spike raised his claw again. The other Enclave Pegasi fled into the night. Well, this is going to be trouble. We should stay. We should help. I ain't exactly gun ho to start shooting at folk who could be my kin, but I'll do what it takes to make this right. Spike shook his head. No, it will be better if none of you are here when they return. Once they see that their prize is gone, they will have less reason to press the matter. I looked at Spike worriedly. What if they look deeper? I won't give them that option. Steelhoofs, now standing in the mouth of the cave, suggested, if there's something here you don't want them looking at, then we'd best make sure the Pegasi know we are somewhere else. He turned to Calamity. We should stay above the clouds for a bit. Calamity nodded. Get ourselves seen somewhere that ain't here? He looked to me. What you say? Head back towards New Appaloosa, drop down and make a turn towards Junction R7? After we've been spotted? It would give us a chance to lighten our load, Velvet Remedy added approvingly. Get Calamity's workbench set up. I nodded. It was agreed we would draw the Pegasi's attention away from Spike's cave. I just hoped they didn't start shooting at us. Although, if we did go up an explosive blaze of glory, it might very well be worth it to keep the gardens of Equestria safe. Before we go, Velvet Remedy said to Spike, I did have one question you might be able to answer. My heart skipped a beat. Please, I begged silently. Don't let it be about Fluttershy. Sure, Spike said amiably. What are those towers? Velvet asked, much to my relief. The tall, slender white ones? As we were flying here, I saw several of them. They were the only things I've seen as tall as this mountain, and they're definitely pony-made. They were for the Single Pony Project, Spike answered, speaking simultaneously with Calamity. Oh shoot, what's going on with the plants? Those quirky little dudes. They can't stop running, they have to be running all the time. The plants will work to earn the right to work. What you goobers doing? What are these plants up to? Plants here. Well, hold on. Nah. Oh, well, I guess we're out of plants. We're out of plants. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have to find the plants. I have to get the plants back. Okay, I'll do it in a sec. I want to read about this Single Pony Project crud. And then define a pony. What are those towers? Velvet asked, much more a single head. Them's the Sustainable Pegasi Project, Calamity had stated. Spike and Calamity looked at each other. Okie dokie Loki. The Single Pony Project? I asked. Calamity looked a touch hurt that I didn't turn to his expertise first. You've mentioned that before. What was the project for? Gone. Yup, the plants are Dude. You could have said potting. The plants are potting. That would have been so good. You've... wait, Calamity looked a bit touch hurt that didn't turn to his expertise first. You've mentioned that before. What was the project for? Spike opened his mouth and paused. The dragon raised a claw, then stopped. Finally, he admitted, I actually have no idea. I spent all my time with Twilight. I don't really know much about what the other ministries were up to. All I know is that it was called the Single Pony Project. That it was Rainbow Dash's idea. And that it was pretty much the only thing the Ministry of Awesome did. Only official thing, Steelhooves interjected. I turned to Calamity now. Sustainable Pegasi Project? Well, I can't say for sure. It weren't the Single Pony Project at some point. Calamity chewed on what the dragon had said. I was told otherwise, but it ain't like I got no reason to doubt anything just cause the Great Pegasus Enclave declares it to be true. Velvet Remedy looked particularly pained at this spectacular mangling of proper grammar. And if it were Rainbow Dash who came up with it, then I really doubt she would have meant for those towers to be being used for what they all using them for now. Cause right now, they're being used to help keep the Pegasus ponies isolated from the rest of y'all. How so? Calamity turned to Velvet Remedy. Remember when you asked about what we ate up here? And I joked about cloud seeding? Velvet Remedy nodded. I recall that I was going to demand a proper answer later. Yeah, well, now you're gonna get it, Calamity said. I don't know what them towers were originally meant to do, but I know that the Enclave has repurposed them to do. And that to enchant the clouds for miles around them so that we can grow crops right up in the sky. Wow, that is interesting. Look at that. They have their own little civilization on the clouds. Completely giving the middle finger to everyone below them. I let a whistle at that. From somewhere outside, Firelight whistled back. Made sense. No matter what the Single Pony Project had been meant to be, the towers were now being used to suit the purposes of the surviving ponies. The Pegasus ponies were using them up above for agriculture, up above. Homage was using them below to broadcast DJ Pon-3's music and messages across the Equestrian wasteland. Bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. And Red Eye was using one for the goddesses knew what. My thoughts drifted to Homage. I hadn't told Homage about Steelhooves' deception. He'd used DJ Pon-3's radio broadcast to spread his lie about Chief Grimstar. I had to wonder how some pony like Steelhooves managed to find himself in a romantic relationship with the mayor of the element of honesty. I expected that Homage would be personally offended. I didn't want to be the bearer of a message that caused her pain, but I didn't keep my mouth shut just because I didn't want to upset her. She might feel provoked to air what I told her, even though I could offer no evidence to back it up. Yet what good would that serve? More likely, I suspected she would choose not to air it. Like my struggles with addiction, or her real identity sometimes, secrets had their place. Homage understood that wonderful unicorns had more personal integrity than any pony I'd ever met, and I couldn't bear to put her in a morally uncomfortable position, especially not after Monterey Jack. I was brought out of my reverie by the jab of Velvet Remedy's hoof. Still with us, Little Pip? I nodded. The others were already gathered back at the Sky Bandit. It was time to go. We wanted to be moving before the Pegasus Enclave returned. I trotted to the mouth of the cave and then looked back towards Spike. I guess this is it then. Watcher had helped me. Without him, I might not have survived. He helped give me purpose, a goal, and ultimately friendship. But now it was clear that we were not the ponies he was looking for, and he needed to focus his attention elsewhere. Spike nodded. I'll keep an eye open for you. We may talk again, but yes, this is it. Thank you, Spike. Thank you, Little Pip. I turned and walked out of the cave. I was about to step into the Sky Bandit when I was hit by the epiphany. Turning, I galloped back into the cave. Honesty. It was about more than just telling the truth. It was about integrity. Spike, I cried out. I knew one of the other ponies you're looking for. Two black carapaced Pegasi was still hot on our tails as we broke beneath the cloud curtain. "Ha!" shouted Calamity, wings flapping hard as he hauled. Oh my gosh, I keep hitting everything. Sky Bandit through the air at breakneck speed. Told you they wouldn't follow us below the clouds. Cowards. Velvet Remedy looked at the two demonic silhouettes behind us, her hair whipping across her face. They're still following us! What? Calamity glanced back over his shoulder. Oh, horse apples! Somehow, he managed to pour on even more speed. We were pulling ahead. I saw the gemstones of the Enclave battle saddles flare and bolts of colored light shot past us. Thankfully, neither of these Pegasi had Calamity's aim. Calamity, could you please kindly lose these ponies? Velvet asked with an almost seductive smoothness. I'd really hate to get blown up today. Two more blasts of magical energy shot past us, one actually passing through one shattered window of the passenger wagon and out another, barely missing Pyrolite. The magical bird oh, Pyrolite was the frickin' bird. Oh, it's the phoenix. The magical bird squawked and hid behind Velvet, who cooed at her comfortingly. Wow, Steelhooves commented dryly. They really don't like you, do they? Y'all can shot it now, Calamity barked back at us. And hold on! I wrapped my forelegs around one of the poles between the wagon's bench seats. Velvet's Remedies clamped down on one of the bits that dangled from the ceiling. From her expression, she immediately regretted it. It could only imagine the taste. Steelhooves braced himself between benches, and a moment later, Calamity took the Sky Bandit into a steep dive. Pyrolite bounced off the wagon ceiling. She scrambled to bite down on Velvet Remedy's wind-thrashed mane before the wind threw her out of the back window of the wagon. Bolts of colored light shot all around us. I think I screamed. The Enclave Pegasi broke off their pursuit about halfway to the ground. Dude, when is the invasion of the Enclave going to begin on this surface, dude? I want that so badly. That would be so cool. My legs were still shaking. My hooves thankful to be planted on firm ground. I watched as Velvet Remedy bartered with Ditsy Doo outside the front gate of New Appaloosa, trading for spark batteries to replace the nearly drained ones in the Sky Bandit. We weren't allowed further, but the ghoul Pegasus, Pegasus was more than happy to come out and greet us. For a moment, I didn't recognize that little lavender filly who shyly followed behind her. My eyes widened as I realized it was Silverbell, no longer painted pink. She seemed better. Being with Ditsy Doo was good for her. Okay, as long as you can say it gets better, like, for real, I am at, like, the way I kind of see it. Hold on. She seemed better. Being with Ditsy Doo was good for her. The way I see it, the way I see the Enclave showing up, is kind of how we get introduced to the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4, pretty much. Well, you know, in the second act, you could say, when they finally show up in the Pridwin. That's kind of how I imagine it, but maybe on a grander scale than that. But regardless, I'll let the story tell instead of trying to guess, because I can only imagine. Also, what's everyone's personal favorite power armor if you play the Fallout series at all? I gotta say, I think I like the advanced power armor Mark 1 Tesla, I'd say. I'd say that one's probably my favorite. The next off from the XO1, pretty much. Big things for this wasteland, boys. Very, very big plans. Silverbell looked up, recognizing Velvet Remedy. She froze in her tracks. Hello, Silverbell, Velvet Remedy said gently. You're looking beautiful this morning. Silverbell looked everywhere but at Velvet. Yep, that's exactly up. Pretty much Ganon's Tesla armor. The model, I guess. That one, I'd say, is probably my favorite power armor model. I'm not a... I like the helmet. No, Tesla armor, as in it's got Tesla coils and electricity that jumps off of the armor itself. I like the helmet. Brotherhood one. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think the T-51 is extremely ugly. I'm not a fan of the T-51 power armor set. It just looks disgusting. I like the T-60 a lot more. I like the T models. Well, obviously they're all T models. But the T-51 just looks like the helmet is so ugly, dude. Not to mention the just like drab green colored torso piece compared to the silver plating on the arms and legs. That could be so better. But yeah, I like the Tesla Ganon's power armor set in New Vegas. And then, but I do... Oh, yeah, it's ugly, but it's also the best of the armors, you know? Like, doesn't that suck? It's so ugly, but it's the best. I do like the Mark II, though, the Black Devil power armor helmet, though. I would love that on the Tesla Ganon power armor, though. That would be like my ideal set of power armor. Don't get me wrong. I think it's cool, but still. Dude, I know. Yeah, I know, right? Freaking... I like... Yeah. Power armors are freaking awesome. But yeah, Black Devil power armor, I'd say is go. I thought if my OC was in the in this Fallout thing, that they'd be more so of like a traitor, pretty much, a wanderer. just patrolling the Fallout world, just in power armor, with a huge duffel bag or something. Nobody expects them. Okay, anyways, I'll get back to the story now. Oh, I love power armor. Power armor's so cool. She froze in her tracks. Hello, Silverbell. You're looking beautiful this morning. Silverbell looked everywhere but at Velvet. I have somewhere you might like to meet, Velvet continued, her voice warm and accepting. Pyrelight, come out and meet Silverbell. The little filly's eyes went wide at the sight of the majestic balefire phoenix. The emerald and gold creature landed next to her and cooed a friendly hello. The effect on Silverbell was dramatic. It was as if Pyrelight was the first truly beautiful thing the girls had ever seen. Calamity walked up next to me. Call me crazy, but after we go, I expect that filly to spend the next few days trying to make New Appaloosa as pretty as that bird. Honestly, you'd have to go check out the Discord. It's freaking. They are wild. They are wild. It's a lot. It's a lot of colors. It's a lot of colors. It's super sporadic. It's unacceptable. It's so colorful. It's unfair. Or plain and simple. Yeah, I have all that info on the Discord. I don't want to personally talk about it right here on stream because we're gonna be here forever. Or a while at least, but I want to focus on the story. With all due respect, of course. I appreciate that though. She frozen in tracks. How's it all? Yeah, of course I have a Discord. It's in the fucking channel description. It's been there. It's been there for a while. It's been there for months. Okay. I'm getting too sidetracked here. It was Violet was truly beautiful thing the girl had ever seen. Calamity walked up next to me. Call me crazy, but after we go and have a spectacle. Okay. I could so picture that. I looked up at Calamity. The rust-colored Pegasus with the orange mane and black desperado hat was probably the closest friend I had, not counting Homage, who was all manner of closer, but much more than a friend. I know what you're thinking, Calamity stated. Don't you believe him? The Enclave has a vested interest in making any pony who bucks their ideals into a monster. Ah, spoken just like the Enclave. We love the Enclave here. I believe you, I told them sincerely. I regularly put my life into the lives of those I loved. In Calamity's care, I absolutely trusted him with this too. But Calamity, if you're running from something, perhaps we can help. Calamity laughed. Little Pip, you should know me well enough by now to keep running away from things ain't my way. My friend turned his head towards the ever-present cloud cover. I flew towards something. They just didn't want to let me go. See, I thought my character would also kind of travel with like robot companions, you know? Why not? It's cool. Robots are cool. It's if you know technology in the universe, it's awesome. What was it? What? I had a thought and now I lost it. It's gone. It's gone. And it's gone. What? And it's gone. Oh shoot. I was gonna say, if I had to pick Fallout factions that I would personally prefer working for, unfortunately, I gotta put the big cool Enclave people at the top, right? We love the Enclave. They're awesome. They're cool. Their sick fashion sense is awesome. But, and then after that, probably the NCR. Then maybe after that, Brotherhood of Steel, most likely. But, yeah. Those are like my top three. The famous day is trying to make me up on the print up, bro. Did I read this page? I finished this, right? Calamity left little people well enough for now. Just didn't want to let my. Okay, I did. Nice place you got here, Steel Hooves said as he looked around Junction R7. I don't know. I've never actually played Fallout 3, believe it or not. She was being sarcastic or speaking truthfully. Home Sweet Trainwreck. I know what the intro and stuff is like. I've seen some like challenges, those challenge videos on YouTube. Steelhooves eyed the turret defenses, then looked at the tri-barreled magical energy cannon mounted on the roof of the train's incredious engine. Oh, now that is a beauty. Home Sweet Trainwreck. I could hear Calamity setting up his workshop. I looked around but could not see where Velvet Remedy had wandered off to. Hopefully she was getting some sleep. I knew I needed some. Our next stop was going to be Philadelphia. I didn't know if we would actually find Red Eye there, but everything I had learned said that all his slave operations were centered in that foul place. Yeah, I've never played Fallout 3, but I know the Enclave are like the big deal of that story. Spike's words rang in my head. I know that as you travel, as you poke your nose into places and memories, you're going to hear things or learn things about my Twi. I had sworn I would remember, as he called it, the real heart of Twilight Sparkle. I couldn't imagine forgetting now that I had seen it for myself, the sight of that crusader. Mainframe surrounded by the elements of harmony, sitting and waiting, year after year, decade after decade. Wait, Spike has the elements of harmony? He just has no ponies for them? Is that what I'm understanding correctly? The side of the Crusader mainframe surrounded by the elements of harmony. Oh shoot, it is. Sitting and waiting year after year, decade after decade for the chosen ponies to put right things that were far beyond my ability to effect. I would say collecting dust, but they hadn't been dusty. Spike, I realized, had been dutifully tending to the elements of harmony and the mainframe. How hard would it be to remember if I had nothing like that sight to cling to? Right now, I heard another private moment with Steelhooves. I should make the best of it. I wanted to ask him about Applejack, but I didn't think we were ready for that conversation yet. I felt I would be prying into some place I hadn't yet earned the right to go. But I had other friends, including one I worried was heading towards a shattering reality crash. I had no idea what to do for her, but I felt like knowing as much as I could beforehoof would give me my best chance to at least help her recover if I couldn't protect her from the magical discovery. Let's see. You can scroll up the fan art thing. There's a description there, very chaotic description. Good luck trying to bear all the information. Or I believe somewhere in Art Share or Art Chat you can get ideas, or you can just talk to me afterwards, and yeah, that'd probably be relatively easier. Let's see. After the stream or whatnot. Dutifully 10 elements of harmony in the mainframe. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, where am I? Right now, Steelhooves should be in best of it. I want to ask him about Applejack, but I didn't think we were ready for that conversation yet. I felt I would be prying into someplace I hadn't yet earned the right to. But I had other friends, including one I worried was heading towards a shattering reality crash. I had no idea what to do for her, but I felt that knowing as much as I could beforehoof would give me the best chance to at least help her recover. If I couldn't protect her from the tragic discovery. Steelhooves. What happened to Fluttershy? The Steel Ranger stopped in mid-trot and turned his visor towards me. Depends on who you ask, he asked cryptically. No pony knows, I asked, having really hoped for a more definitive answer than that, preferably one that I could mine for a little hope. Steelhooves shook his head. Keep in mind, it's really hard to pin down what happened to any particular pony. Skeletons don't come with name tags, and there were millions of ponies from whom the megaspells didn't even leave that. Some places like Splendid Valley and the Canalot Ruins are still far too dangerous for proper expeditions. It's rare that you can say for certain what happened, even to a loved one. Oh dear, I nodded slowly. That said, most ponies, well, those who ever think of or even know about Fluttershy beyond the Ministry of Peace posters, believe that she was so devastated by what had happened to Equestria and to the world because of her efforts to force peace that she plotted into one of the really bad places and let nature tear her apart. Okay. Let Equestria do to her what she had done to it. I cringed. This wasn't what I had hoped for. There are other tales. Some claim she leaped to her death from the top of the Ministry of Peace in the Canterlot ruins. Wasn't she a Pegasus? Steelhooves nickered. Yes, but then just being outside in Canterlot would have been death sentence enough. I looked at the ground. It just kept getting worse. And then when there are the ponies who say she wandered into the Everfree Forest and became a tree. Swamp fever reference? Swamp fever reference? Stage infection? Yeah, you get it. You get the idea. Anyways, annoying sounds over with. Wait, what? I demanded jaw on the ground. How could that even happen? Steelhooves gave a shrug. Don't ask me. I've always been in Fluttershy's committed suicide camp myself. He snorted. Still, Everfree is a bizarre and twisted place. It became vastly more warped and deadly after the apocalypse. Although, Luna knows why, it wasn't even hit. The Steel Ranger turned away. Only thing every pony can agree on, Fluttershy lived through the apocalypse long enough at least for the full horror of it all. The death of innumerable ponies and animals, the poisoning and disfiguring of the land itself, to be ground into her soul. I collapsed onto my haunches feeling heartsick. This is the Equestrian wasteland. If it's nothing, if not cruel. Honestly, I feel like the Everfree Forest would have only grew more outward and overtaken. I'm surprised Ponyville was still relatively intact by then. Well, then again, I guess the fallout would have affected it just as much and probably damaged it a little bit. Well, this was a bust. Spike's asleep. I could wake him, but why would I do that to the poor guy? To wake up to all of this. Better to let him sleep, have good dreams for just a while longer. Hey, dragons can sleep for up to 100 years, right? Maybe Spike will get lucky and not wake up until Equestria's had time to heal. Although I don't know if 100 years will be enough. Seeing the sun like this, I can almost believe it never happened. Clouds hide the view below. I'm beginning to think that's the idea. They call me a traitor now. Me! After all I did for them, they turned their backs on Equestria, and they have the nerve to call me a traitor. They've even hired a mercenary now to hunt me down, bring them back to my head. I don't even know who's talking, by the way. Neck need not be attached, of course. She's good. The best. I'm better, and she knows it. 20% cooler. A second voice sounded on the audio recording, gruffer than the mayor's. Sure, which leaves a gal to wonder why you're just sitting up here, letting me find you. Hello, Gilda, the mayor's voice replied, sounding tired. Sorry you had to end this way, Dash. No, you're not. Not really. Nah, not really. Gilda, can I make one request? What? Can we sing it? One more time? Huh? Sing what? Oh, you can't be serious. Just once? The second voice let out a long-suffering sigh. Ugh, why? Because just for a moment, I want to remember an earlier, happier time. A time when the world didn't suck. Fine. Only for you, Dash, the voice paused. One final time, but after that, you know I'm going to kill you. You'll try. The two voices blended into an odd harmony. Junior speedsters are alive, skybound swords in dare. The audio recording abruptly cut off. The machine had reached its limit. Footnote, level up, new perk, the magic of friendship. When your HP or the HP of any member of your party drops below 30%, all members of your party, including yourself, gain much greater resistance to damage. Let's be honest, all companions are in the Fallout series or any Bethesda game. They're just extra inventory spaces that can shoot. That's it. That's all they are. Alright, let's see. How many words did we read in that one? I think I'm gonna keep going, though. I want to keep reading more and more of this. Oh my god. Only 9,000 words. Oh, I'm so screwed. 11,000 words. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm not chicken. Let's see. What the heck? What do I have several tabs at the same thing? Ooh. Oh yeah, there we go. That's so true. That's so true. They shoot back too, which is also a bonus. Oh, hopefully that means it's a good thing. Actually, I didn't. It was actually a very confusing setup thing I tried to do. I tried to make it full screen, but then I minimized the screen, and then it got really like confusing, and then I tried to get back to where I was with it, and then I accidentally just closed it out, and it just couldn't figure it out again. I would need several minutes to. Okay, is there another video folks would want to watch something like that? Do y'all want more time lapse? Or do you just want the story now? I could sleep, but nah. I want to make a dent in this story. I feel like I'm like every day I read this, I feel like I don't go anywhere. You want the story right now? That's fine. We can plot the plans later on. This is one of those. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know. I feel like I should get amped up. I feel like I should just, I honestly wish I could just like zone out, but just like turn on the TV, kind of watch this and eat popcorn at the same time, like watching me read it while I'm eating popcorn. Oh, this is insane. Okay, but yeah, I'll respect it. Okay, let's see. Chapter 22, The Earth Pony Way. I pray for the safety of all good ponies who come to Philadelphia. Even slaves, but we can't expect the goddess to do all the work. Ooh. We can't expect Celestia to do all the work. We can only help her along. Industry. Spike had said he didn't understand the Earth Pony Way until had seen Philadelphia. Even now, with the ruins of the city looming on the edge of the horizon, I began to understand why. Industry had been a secret heart of Equestria since long before the war. How could you have pony-pulled trains without steel mills creating a metal for rails? How could you have tall skyscrapers of Manhattan without glass companies producing windows by the hundreds? How could a small town like Ponyville have a dressmaker shop with all the finest fabrics without the textile industry? Still, most ponies had barely thought about it. Out of sight, out of mind, living in the idyllic pastoral towns and halcyon cities of Equestria, it had been easy to forget. Unless you were a pony living in Equestria's single center of manufacturing, a mecca of earth pony industry. Philadelphia. I learned these things from Steelhooves. I had sought his knowledge when it became abundantly clear that we were heading towards something far more than just a really big version of old Appaloosa, because less than halfway between Manhattan and Philadelphia, my Pipbuck had started picking up a broadcast out of Philadelphia. It was the same musical programming the Sprite bots kept playing, interrupted occasionally from messages from Red Eye, but now that I had constant feed, I realized those little speeches were far more frequent and carried more substance than I had assumed. Now Red Eye was able to talk to me as he did the ponies of Philadelphia, and his words worried me a lot. I have no clue. I could in the morning, I could in the evening, I have no idea. I just kind of wing it when I start reading these, when I feel a little motivation. I actually, I wanted to do this, 2 hours before the stream started, but I went to take a nap because I was feeling really freaking tired. So, but, yeah, I took my nap, and then I started 2 hours later, and now here we are. I just wing it, you know? Because it takes work, dude. Literally, reading this crud is hard. This is a chore, especially when it's out loud. Especially at the speed I kind of go at it. It's intense. We have Uncle Aunt, Fruit Cup, and a peaceful, loving couple married for nearly a decade now, living in their quaint little house with their tiny garden on the outskirts of Romer. No children, 2 dogs, and a sunflower that Aunt Fruit Cup has named Celestia. What kind of monster have I been asked would root up Aunt and Uncle Fruit Cup, tear them away from their peaceful, pointless lives and set them to work hauling carts heavy with scrap metal? A monster's indeed, but one with his eyes open and cast upon our future. The future of Equestria. 200 years ago we lost our great nation, but we will have it again. And what would the fruit cups and their little homestead be in 200 years? Nothing. Meaningless. Not even hoof notes in the annals of history. But what will have meaning 200 years from now? This factory. And it is from this factory and the others like it that Equestria will be rebuilt. It is from the work that Uncle and Aunt Fruit Cup do now that a new national infrastructure will be created and a new golden age will be born. The golden age of unity. Equestria will rise like a phoenix from her own ashes, but not without our help and not without our labor. This is what is important. This will make a difference. This will last. The words of Red Eye were met by clopping applause of at least 100 hoofs. The roar of the crowd has abruptly cut off, replaced by a gravelly voice. And there you have it, Red Eye's speech, marking the reopening ceremony of the Honest Steel Factory. Word has it, Red Eye will be making a return visit later this week to inspect the factory's output. And now for some music, starting with my favorite, March of the Parasprites. Oh yeah, we gonna be cooking hard. We're gonna be cooking with grease fires in this chapter. Yeah, I don't know when I start reading these. I just do it. Cause I have the energy for it or I don't. You know, and I want to finish this series. Currently it's 12K. The broadcast began playing the familiar marching music, heavy on tuba and harmonica. I turned off the station, pulling out my ear balloon. Red-Eye, it would seem, didn't live in Philadelphia, but he made visits, and one was coming up very soon. I informed my companions of this. Velvet Remedy was curled up on one of the bench seats of the Sky Bandit with Pyrolite sleeping next to her, a glowing patch of emerald and gold against her charcoal coat. I was amazed at how the Balefire Phoenix had stayed with her. Normally, even a pet bird would need a cage. Steelhooves nodded, not turning towards me. He had been keeping watch on the ground, sweeping below ever since we had flown over the last rubble of this Manhattan suburbs. I tried to avoid doing that. I have some bad news, folks, Calamity called from in front of the Sky Bandit. She's still on the sag. Keep her peepers out for someplace to put her down long enough to sweep out the spark batteries. All I've got is dirt, rocks, and dead trees, Steelhooves called back. Nothing you want to land on out there. We've been at 12 for like a week now. I floated out the binoculars and moved to the edge of one of the windows, braving the possible vertigo. What are we looking for? Steelhooves continued to scan the ground below. Any place the Hellhounds are less likely to get us. Hellhounds, I recalled Homage's DJ Poem 3 warning ponies about hellhounds in the stretch between Manhattan and Philadelphia. I had pictured rabid dogs like the ones Uncle and Aunt Fruitcup had, only vicious, possibly overgrown and mutated like the Bloodwings. Sure, the first time I heard of a hellhound, I learned that just one could take out a wagon train of slavers, but then, so could I. And I was hardly frightening. Steelhooves' even voice, however, betrayed a hint of worry, and nothing my mind had been conjuring would even strike alarm in the ancient steel-clad soldier. What are hellhounds? I caught a shiver pass through Pyrolite and suspected the answer would be something much worse than I dismissed them to be. When even the nigh immortal bird is worried. The suspicion was nailed home when Steelhooves and Calamity both turned to look at me, as if I had just asked what a gun was. You don't know what a hellhound is? Steelhooves asked evenly, and you decided we should all go to Philadelphia anyway, without finding out what lies between. Velvet Remedy chimed in. I've never even heard of a hellhound. Steelhooves' face hoofed with a clank of metal on metal, Calamity muttering something about stable folk from ahead. You could fill us in, Velvet Remedy suggested, or you two can just keep being melodramatic. Steelhooves bristled. The hellhounds, he nickered, are simply the most dangerous creatures in the equestrian wasteland. I'd rather face off against alicorns. That's not good. It depends on how old. It really depends. We're here for now. We're here because we have free time. That's it. If I was a lot more busier, then I probably wouldn't be here. This is not real. Go fill the between. I mean, I'm very busy already, but still. Velvet Remedy chimed in. Never heard of you. Velvet Remedy and exchanged looks. She deadpanned. Wow. Informative. What are these things, a secret? I smirked. Calamity pushed back his hat, glancing over his left wing at us. Either of you folks ever heard about Splendid Valley? Hey, that's life. That's just how it is. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the story. My yes came simultaneously with Velvet Remedy's no. While hellhounds had not struck much of a note in my imagination, a terrifying specter of Splendid Valley had been painted in my mind by all the dark rumors and foreboding mentions of the place. I looked down over the ruined plains below us, all brown dirt and blackened trees. It didn't look like the barren landscape in the picture in Twilight's Athenium, but that had been before the end of the world. It could be. Yes, Yes, indeed. Exactly. It depends. Are you referencing the other 21 chapters or just this one? It really depends on the context. Is that what's between Manhattan and Philadelphia? Splendid Valley? Are we over it right now? I scanned for what could be Maripony. A structure in the distance caught my eye. A large building topped with smokestacks. It looked fairly intact. Giant metal skeletons fanned out from the building in all directions, holding up lines of cable. Calamity barked a laugh. Ah, hell no! Splendid Valley's closer to Ponyville than to Philadelphia. I was suddenly thankful for the slavers who captured me at my first night out of the stable. Without them, what pony could say the direction I would have struck off in? But what all do you know about Splendid Valley? Well, that's where Maripony is. I started trying to remember everything I had heard, all while wondering where Calamity was leading with this. Stillhooves was signed, which could mean he thought that Calamity was taking the right tack. Or just that Steelhooves was Steelhooves. Maripony used to be there because of all the gemstones they mined out of Splendid Valley, but it was converted to something else once the gems were all gone. I licked my lips trying to think of more. They stored all sorts of magical toxins in the caves under Splendid Valley, and it was the second place hit by a megaspell. Second place, huh? Calamity whinnied. I didn't know that. You're missing the most important thing, Steelhooves interrupted. More important than mega spells, radiation and magical toxins? I looked from Calamity to Steelhooves. Yup. When the ponies decided to mine Splendid Valley, they had one small problem. The valley was inhabited. The other Remedy's eyes widened. Wait, they mined ponies' homes? Not ponies, Steelhooves answered, interjecting. Gemstones meant magical energy weapons, crucial for the war effort. It was decided that the creatures living in Splendid Valley had to move. The valley belonged to the nation of Equestria, and it was needed. I felt a rock growing in my stomach. Only not all of the inhabitants seemed to get the message, and after ponies had stripped the place clean, several families moved back into those caverns. Back in to where the Ministry of Arcane Science was storing hazardous magical waste? And to where the zebras set off a balefire bomb, Steelhooves added. Goddesses, Velvet Remedy gasped, and they survived? Those poor... What were they again? Diamond dogs, Calamity called back. I froze. Wait, hold on. Are you telling us that the creatures that Rarity defeated by whining have become the most terrifying monsters in the Equestrian wasteland? Yup. That's impressive. I looked to Steelhooves in disbelief, but his helmet nodded. They're big, they're fast, and they're extremely aggressive. They have claws that can tear through armor like it was soft cloth. I've even seen one claw their way through an alicorn's magical shield. Fuck. Well, makes me glad we're up here where we can shoot at them and they can't get at us. I paused. They can't fly, can they? Nope, Calamity said, much to my short-lived relief. But they can dig fast and pretty much through anything. But when they come after you, they can stay on the ground till they're right beneath you. Ground might tremble a bit. That's all the warning y'all will get before they rend you apart. And they sure ain't gonna stand around outside where you can shoot at them. Dude, that's a good freaking game right there. You're done. You're dead. That's it. Worse, Steelhooves asserted. They're smart. These aren't animals like manticores or bloodwings. They've gotten hold of magical energy weapons, reverse engineered them, and rebuilt them for holding in their claws. They don't have the magic to create new ones, but they've sliced their way into Splendid Valley Armory and stole over 100 weapons, all of which, we must assume, have been repurposed. So, Velvet Remedy said slowly, they can shoot us and we can't get at them? Cocking her head towards me, she snarked, well, thank you, little Pip. I adore the places you take me. Oh my god. We're in absolute danger. We are going to die from those things. Obviously we're not. Wait, no. We have the power of reading the story and not having to partake in it. I imagine this being like more like Inside Out, where I'll just watching the characters just have this blast of a cocktail party, but like from the perspective of a teleprompter. But like we're relatively fine. It's safe here. What is this place? I asked, staring at the huge smokestacks as I stepped out of the Sky Bandit and onto the broken roof of the building that had spawned in the distance. All around, metal structures, like the skeletons of a standing giants, stretched out across the plains, most marching towards Manhattan or Philadelphia. That's so true. The plot armor is the strongest type of armor. There's nothing that can break it. Minus the plot armor itself. What is this place? I would have freaking read that. The building was huge and offered the best protection against hellhounds. A power station, Steelhooves answered. Massive furnaces burned coal to generate the power necessary to operate a lot of the non-magical conveniences that came out of the Equestria's technological revolution. Burp. The heck was I? Where the heck? Ah, there I was. There were hundreds of these, all over Equestria before the war. He pointed a hoof to the cables that the metal skeletons were holding up. Those carried the power created here to the cities. Wow. I floated out the binoculars and gazed out along one of the marching lines of metal structures. About a mile away, several had collapsed, the line severed and dingling from the still-standing compatriots. This was so much bigger than the once coal-powered train engines I had seen in the new Appaloosa Junction R7. Calamity had detached himself from the Sky Bandit's harness and was preparing to crawl under the passenger wagon as Velvet Remedy fished spare spark batteries out of her saddle boxes. Honestly, Calamity is lucky to have wings this time. I'm just saying, he who has wings can fly away from hellhounds. Well, unless they start shooting at you, that might be problematic. Floating my binoculars back into my saddlebags, I cast a look about the roof. On one end was a small tower with a door. My curiosity woke up and began digging into my mind with a persistent hoof. Shrugging, I trotted towards the door, pulling out my screwdriver and a bobby pin in anticipation. No reason not to just take a look. I was thrilled when the door was locked. Crouching, I got to work. Click! Such a sweet sound. I nudged the door open, stairs up to the tower, and down into the power plant itself. As I stepped into the darkness, a deep rumbling voice asked, "Where are you going?" "Exploring," I smiled back. Steelhooves just shook his head, but took up position behind me as I headed up the stairs. The tower stairwell opened into a single room with a balcony that looked like it was designed for Pegasus wagon landings. The back half of the room was nothing more than a huge cargo elevator, a circular company logo painted on the elevator floor. Hippocampus Energy, hydroelectric coal sewage, was flacked and peeling into slow oblivion. It definitely didn't change, that's for sure. The rest of the room had large windows looking out towards the Philadelphia and Manhattan skylines. Both were far enough away that the horizon hid them, but Philadelphia was closer, and I could see the clouds on that horizon hung low. Black, angry clouds lit the reddish light from below. Philadelphia's ivory tower was clearly visible, slashing up into the clouds like a needle. Wow, the sky over Philadelphia actually looks kinda evil. I'm not gonna lie, folks, this is like giving me like the first Ghostbusters movie inspiration there. Look what's going on top of the skyscraper. Red Eye must have several of these factories going again, Steelhooves commented. I nodded, although I had no idea why that would change the cloud cover. Then again, I thought as I looked across the power plant's massive chimneys, maybe it would. There were 4 boxes of ammo sitting under a bank of deadlights with labels like Generator 11 Output and Sector 7 Load. I knelt by the ammo boxes. 2 were empty, the other 2 locked. I opened one easily enough, retrieving ammo that didn't match any firearm I had seen before. A big and frightening caliber. The outer box, to my surprise, was jammed. Some pony had tried picking the lock and failed badly. It was literally the first evidence I had seen that any pony in the Equestrian wasteland, other than me, had learned lockpicking. Unfortunately for both of us, this pony wasn't very good at it. I sat back. I had no idea how to open a force-gen lock, aside from the sort of massive firepower that would likely destroy the contents of the armed box. The damn thing was designed so you couldn't just shoot the lock. Alright, peace. I telekinetically lifted the box and tried to pry at it, but that was utterly futile. A pony might think that having the strength to lift a train car would give me more than enough power to tear open a box, but no, the levitation field of my telekinesis makes the objects trapped inside like a boxcar in Appaloosa, virtually weightless. Until, of course, I let it go. There simply wasn't enough force behind my single magical spell to break a lock. I'd have better luck with the crowbar. But I tried anyway, and failed. I tried again, and failed again, and finally tossed the box as hard as I could. It hit with a thud that did no further damage to the box, but left a small crack in the plastic covering the wall. Done now? A smooth feminine voice asked from the stairwell. Or would you like to jump on it with your hooves for a while first? I blushed, looking at Velvet Remedy. How's Calamity doing? She sighed, looking out the window at the Sky Bandit on the roof below. Do you think there's any chance of getting him a bath in Philadelphia? She looked across at Steelhooves. I suspect an actual spa is right out. I laughed. Good luck trying to get Calamity a spa, even if there is one. Why would you not want to go to a spa? Why would you not want to go to a spa? The spa ponies, dude. The spa ponies. The stairwell down led to a set of offices adjacent to a break room, while Steelhooves and I took the offices. Velvet Remedy trotted towards the ladder to scavenge any foodstuffs from what had once been the employee refrigerator. I felt confident that everything she would find would be vegetarian, no matter the actual contents. The offices had windows on opposite sides. To the back, the windows had once peered outside, but they had been so caked with dust over the centuries that the weakened sunlight that made it through the clouds above was no strong enough to penetrate. Opposite, these were windows that stared out over the power plant's main floor, filled with enormous generators and a wall of furnaces. A metal cakewalk bisected the air above, leading from the offices here to what looked like an Overmare's office on the far side. How did catwalks over heavy machinery become the dominant aesthetic? Spaponies, dude. No, it's like... it's Spaponies. Spaponies. There's like... I think it's SP ponies. Like, I'm saying like spa ponies, but like so quickly. It's Spaponies, you know? Spaponies. 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 I think that's how it is. Spaponies. SP ponies. I think that's what it is. Spaponies. Or if you include a silent A, I guess. Horrifying memories of iron-shod firearms were flashing through my head. Although, fortunately, this place seemed utterly deserted. Looking around, I could see where there had been turret emplacements, but they were destroyed. Further catwalks and suspended stairwells led down to the floor of the plant, and on one was the crumbled remains of a brainbot and a few piles of mildly pink ash, further evidence of the scavengers who had come before us. I turned back around, having decided to cross the catwalk and explore the office beyond, but not with steel hooves. Previous experiences told me that having someone as heavy as he was on those catwalks would be 4 hooves of no. Steel Hooves was looking at a framed sheet high up on another wall. A badly faded page from a newspaper stared back. I trotted over, having to plant my 4 hooves on the wall to get the height to read it. The pony who hung the frame was not thinking of shorter ponies. The main article featured a picture of this power plant, or at least one that could be its identical sister. Hippocampus Energy Plant Number 12 opens amidst controversy. Pegasus and Unicorn protesters decry environmental impact. The story dominated the page, pushing aside lesser stories. Philadelphia's prestigious Alpha Omega Hotel to host this year's Summer Sun celebration, and coal prices continue to rise as relations with Zebra Nation remain strained. Princess Celestia promises amiable resolution soon to make room. A thought hit me. Back in New Appaloosa, Calamity had said something. All the coals in strange, faraway lands full of zebras. I dropped to all hooves, turning my head towards Steel Hooves. "Hold on," I said, feeling dumbstruck. For the second time in as many hours, Equestria didn't have any coal? I waved a hoof at the power plant. "Are you telling me you ponies built Equestria's entire infrastructure on a power source you didn't have?" Steel Hooves said nothing. "That's insane! What pony does that?" Steel Hooves just stared as I had a mental meltdown trying to parse that idea. Finally, he stated, "Why would it be a problem? We had resources the zebras needed. They had coal. We trade. Everybody's happy." "Yeah, sure, until some pony or some zebra figures out they don't have enough to go around anymore, or decides they just don't want to share." I turned away, my eyes falling on a desk and strangely pristine coffee mug still sitting on it. I allowed myself the distraction of marveling at how, in all these dusky, tattered, decaying ruins, a coffee mug would be the thing in finest condition. I glanced across at the other desks and a table beyond. Yes, there wasn't one that I wouldn't have felt safe drinking out of, except for the one where a baby radroach had apparently decided to drown itself. I shuddered a little and decided that coffee mug maker had employed some minor magic in their creation. A little spell meant to keep them from being strained by the coffee had left them the cleanest things in all of Equestria. Several of the mugs had complete company emblem: Hippocampus Energy, hydroelectric coal, sewage. Coal and sewage. Okay, so Equestria hadn't been entirely dependent on trade with the zebras, but this power plant spoke volumes to just how much of it had been. I snorted in wry amusement. Unicorns gave us power through magic. Earth ponies had given us power through water, rocks, and... "Oh, horse apples," I said, suddenly realizing we had all left Calamity on the rooftop, alone. "Peace." We all galloped back, only to find Calamity still at work. "Shouldn't be more'n few minutes," he said, half his body hidden under the Sky Bandit. "Why? What's got all y'all acting spooked?" Pyrolite was circling overhead, keeping an eye out for danger, or food, or small, shiny things. "Nothing," Steelhooves started to reply, but Velvet Remedy stepped forward, levitating a rolled sheet of paper that she had slipped through the straps of her saddle boxes. "I found something I wanted you to look at," Velvet almost purred. "Building and fixing things is your forte, after all." Calamity pushed himself out from under the Sky Bandit to take a look. Velvet Remedy cringed back slightly. He was as filthy as she had feared. "Sure, what you got for me?" Taking a few steps back from Calamity, Velvet floated the roll of paper between them, uncurling the schematic. The paper was darkly stained with blood, but most of the writing was still legible. Calamity leaned forward to study it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Firelight dive down below the roofline. A moment later, there was a crackle of green flame. The majestic predator returned with a roasted squirrel in her beak. She dropped it on the roof next to Velvet Remedy and began pecking at it. I boggled internally as Velvet, who not minutes ago had edged back from a dirt and grease-smeared Calamity, only smiled at the very carnivorous actions of the baleful phoenix. Calamity let out a low whistle. Well, some pony was sure inventive. He looked up to Velvet Remedy. Where'd y'all find this? On a table beneath the remains of the dead unicorn pony, Velvet Remedy fretted. I could guess by the waver in her voice that the body had not been a skeleton. Some pony more recent. One of the scavengers, I assumed. I think she may have died for that. How did she die? Calamity asked with an odd sense of urgency. Velvet Remedy, ever the medical pony, was swift to answer. She was hit by a magical weapon. It didn't turn her to ash, but it melted half of her face and neck, she said grimly. Calamity nodded with a frown. Well, that rules out about nothing. The power plant had robotic security that wielded magical energy weapons, I informed him. I've seen this sort before. Calamity let out a sigh of relief. Firelight looked up from her meal, a strip of barbecued squirrel dangling from her beak. This here's a design for creating a helmet using the claws of a hellhound. Thing is, I don't think a unicorn could use it, he told us. I can imagine why. I had no desire to trade in my horn for such a helmet. But it would sure make one hell of a weapon if I ever gave up shooting for a headbutton. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like it might be pretty fun. you become straight up a melee build. A headbutting class. Oh yeah. One of the children asked me, Red-Eye, what is your cutie mark? The charismatic voice of Red-Eye spoke to me in an earbloom as I moved back down into the power plant. This time, I left Still Who's behind with Calamity. In return, Velvet Remedy insisted on accompanying me. No splitting up. To that child I answered, I do not have one. I paused, lifting a hoof to my earbloom. I recalled with a shudder how the alicorns were blank-flanked. Was Red-Eye an alicorn? He certainly didn't speak like one. I racked my brain trying to remember if I'd ever encountered a male alicorn. I couldn't think of one. Of course, the next question was, why Red-Eye? Why don't I have a cutie mark? Because I choose not to have a cutie mark. Why would I want one? Am I really gonna let a picture of my flank determine my future? If I find something that I really enjoy, do I need an icon on my ass to tell me? Of course not. To too many ponies, cutie marks are more about what can't be. How can you expect to be a great scientist if your cutie mark is a rake? Or an amazing artist? The great scientist if your cutie mark is a rake or an amazing artist. If your flank has a picture of a pile of hay, who is going to give you the chance? But if your flank is bare, then the possibilities are endless, and the choice is up to you. That is why I had my cutie mark removed, and why the children of Unity have all wait a minute. No, this was way too early for that. Have any chosen to do the same. In the new Equestria, we will all be lifted up by the goddess, freed from the shackles of cutie mark coercion. But there is still much work to be done before that day, so in anticipation for it, we have chosen to take the first step ourselves. Welcome to our town, more like, gosh dang. As I took my first step onto the catwalk, I shut off the broadcast. I didn't need any of that nonsense threatening my concentration if a section of the walkway started to give. Velvet, you stay here. I'm just going to go across to that office. Because that's what not splitting up means to you, right? Velvet said. What? Shitted? What does that mean? I sighed of a tap at the catwalk. Because I don't want to risk putting extra weight I chammed up 2 words. Too late. So you're saying I'm heavy, Velvet Remedy said with a voice like chocolate silk. Is that why you no longer seem attracted to me? And here I had thought it was because of the wagon, but no, it's because you think I'm fat. I faced him. Velvet, Oh no, she said, putting an extra sway into her hips as she stepped onto the catwalk in front of me. It's good that you finally told me. All this adventuring, I've really let myself go, haven't I? Velvet, the more mature unicorn mare, tossed her mane as she turned to look at me over her shoulder, pouting alluringly. I felt, oh, she lifted a hoof to her muzzle, suckling at and thought, I suppose I'm getting old, too. Luna's title mare. I began to pull behind her. Head hung low, using my lever to keep most of my weight off the catwalk. She tortured me the whole trip. It was the longest catwalk in history. Oh, what's up? Welcome. Gosh dang, dude. What a wild story. This is absolutely whack. Y'all are absolutely insane, by the way. I have no freaking clue why y'all do this kind of crud. That's so weird. I was working the lock on the door to what I had mentally labeled the power plant's overmayor's office when Velvet Remedy bit my armored utility body and gave me a tug. My mind immediately conjured up 2 possibilities. Either something was wrong, or so wrong that required silent notification. Or Velvet Remedy had decided to ramp up my punishment with nuzzles and nips. Either really seemed just as likely. I heard a shuffling noise below. Okay, not a punishment. Carefully, I set down my tools, not wanting to risk a shot making me drop them. I peeked over the edge of the catwalk. Below us, hidden behind the last of the massive generators, was the shredded body of a Steel Ranger. Gasping in horror, I almost called out Steelhooves' name. But this wasn't Steelhooves. The armor had subtle differences to the design, which told me this Ranger had been a mare. Lumbering over the corpse was a hulking, demonic creature, canine, only in the broadcast comparison. 3 times the size of the armored pony whom it was tearing to ribbons with deadly claws that sliced through the armor like it was paper mache. The hellhound stopped sniffing at the air. It raised itself up to full height, then let out a pained howl, dropping back to all 4s again. One of the creature's legs was crippled and deformed. The Steel Ranger had gotten in 1 good hit before falling to the monster. Yes, I do. I absolutely do. The monster reached over and picked up a bizarrely designed magical energy rifle from the floor. Again, it began to look around. Velvet Remedy crouched flat against the catwalk. I shied away from the edge. We had our breaths. We heard a grunt, then a whimper, and shuffling. It was moving, but to where? I carefully lifted the screwdriver and bobby pin again, hoping that this office offered a back way out. I didn't want to crawl back across the long catwalk if it couldn't smell us. I wanted out of that room quickly. Yeah, that works too. The tumblers fell into place. The door opened with a click that felt deafening. We both heard an odd vocal sound from somewhere below. We both rushed into the room as quietly as we could, and I gently pushed the door closed behind us. But it was too late. I could see the monster climbing up one of the sets of stairs like a monkey, if that monkey were made out of death. I looked immediately to the wall where the elevator had been in iron-shod firearms. No such luck. I took in the room quickly. Desk, terminal, wall, weapons cabinet, a weapons cabinet, and a power plant. Filing cabinet, office fridge, miscellaneous badly decayed furniture. No other exits at all. I figured it would take the hellhound all of a couple seconds to claw through the door. It would take longer with its bad leg to get across the catwalk. Velvet Remedy galloped to the far corner, horn beginning to glow. Damn it, if these things could claw through an alicorn shield, what good would Velvets do? I floated out Little Macintosh and my sniper rifle, although I would have only the slimmest chance to get a shot off with the latter before the monster closed the distance and killed me. We waited. As the seconds dragged on, I started counting the missed opportunities to swap out ammunition for something with more punch. but as much as I yearned to do so, I was certain that the moment I emptied little Macintosh would be the moment the Hellhound came through the door. Velvet Remedy was trembling tensely, holding her spell. She was shooting me furtive looks that I couldn't interpret, but didn't dare even whisper. We waited several more seconds. By my estimation, the Hellhound should have already reached the door. Was it just sitting outside, or had it gone away? I forced myself to think through the clouding effect of fear. Steelhooves said these things were smart. It could be planning, but what would it be planning? What would I plan if it was incarnation of death? A wounded one. What I wouldn't do is charge in through a door where the ponies on the other side were waiting to shoot me. No, I'd set a trap. It was setting a trap. My mind had snatched that idea when Velvet whispered one of her own. It tracks by scent, she hissed. What if it went the wrong way? I didn't think that was likely. It must have heard me shut the door behind us. But if Velvet Remedy was right, then that meant it was heading up towards Steelhooves and Calamity. We were wasting precious seconds that we didn't have. Of course, if I was right, rushing out to save them would be exactly the trap-springing mistake it was looking for. Cautiously, I inched towards the door. I was nearly to it when I heard a sound from somewhere on the other side, faint and brief and unfathomable. I jumped back, pedaling until my tail hit the far wall. I crouched, cowering, and readied my weapons to shoot. All of them. With a sense of utter dread, I grew tired of waiting. My nerves were frazzled from adrenaline. The room's musty, dilapidated odor was giving me a headache. I thought I had been the strange sound a few more times, but it was so faint through the door that it could have just as easily been the whispers of my mind playing tricks on me. I am waiting for this supposedly one of those chapters moments. I am waiting for it. So far, I'm not feeling the tension of this chapter. Fine, I hissed. I'm going to find out what we're going to die for, and then I'm leaving. Slow and careful, I'm expecting a trap. Velvet Remedy nodded. Just keep out of the Hellhound's way. I've got a plan. Velvet Remedy had a plan. Velvet? I quickly what the heck is that? Chitted myself for being so surprised. She was smart and capable, if not exactly what I considered wasteland-wise, and besides, it was bound to happen sooner or later. No idea. There's too many animals. I don't have a favorite. There's way too many. I started with the weapons locker, only to find that, like the ammo box upstairs, the lock had been mangled by an amateurish lock-picking attempt. I felt a flare of hatred. Steelhooves and Calamity might be dead. We might be about to die, and this idiot had fucked up the lock. I moved on to the desk, only to find it had been unlocked and emptied. The filing cabinet had been unlocked as well, but inside I found mostly ashes, with the burnt remains of documents and folders, as well as partially melted audio recorder with no recording remaining. My rival lockpicker had opened this filing cabinet with an intent to destroy their contents, not loot them. I turned to the terminal. Hacking it was hard, but not as hard as Pinkie Pie's terminal. But either my rival had gone into it before me, or the terminal spell matrix had been programmed to wipe out all the contents. The terminal was blank. That left the wall safe, which I had purposefully left for last. Looking it over, I had to bite back a whistle at the craftsmanship. The lock was, by far, the most complicated and demanding I had ever attempted. Not to mention the sturdiest. My rival had clearly tried and failed here too, but the lock resisted. Even jamming, the bitch had responded by breaking off a bobby pin in a mean attempt to prevent me from getting the prize I had denied her. I pulled it out with a simple telekinesis. My first attempt failed, as did my second. I thought I had it the third time, but there was only rewarded with a broken bobby pin. Damn it, I wasn't sure if without the benefits of party time Mintols I could manage it. No, I wasn't going down that path. Not again. Instead, I pulled out every lockpicking tool I had at my disposal and tried again, and again, and again, until I finally got it right. The safe clicked open. Inside was a fair amount of pre-war gold coins, 2 clips of those very scary bullets, a stealth buck, and a memory orb, and a golden iron pony saddle buckle. If it's an iron pony buckle, why is it colored gold? That last I left behind. Motioning Velvet Remedy behind the desk, I crouched down and focused on the door. A telekinetic field enveloped the door, depressing the handle with a click and pulling it again. The first thing I saw was the Hellhound crouched at the far end of the walkway, holding its rifle as it tracked a target I couldn't see. The first thing I heard was the symphony of beeps as the magical energy mines that the Hellhound had attached to the door prepared to detonate. Beep, 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 beep. My instincts was to slam the door shut, but even if the backlash didn't kill us, the explosion would destroy the bridge instead. I grasped them each with my telekinesis and shot a prayer to the goddesses that the actual strength of my spell was enough to pry them off the door. The Hellhound turned and fired a beam of orange light at me. It struck inside the open wall safe, scorching the back. The energy splash turned the iron pony buckle brightly hot. The damn mines wouldn't budge. The Hellhound might as well have attacked them with wonder glue, and in retrospect, probably did. Beep, beep, beep. There was no more time. I slammed the door shut and ducked. The explosion melted the wall. It also turned enough of the floor to goo that the desk fell into the room below us. Without thinking about it, Velvet and I leaped down after it. The last thing I thought I saw before I plunged into the darkness below was Pyrelight soaring across the wide open space above the generators, the Hellhound trying to track her with its rifle. The last thing I heard was the rending sound of metal. Pain laced up my left foreleg with every step. Considering what we had momentarily escaped, I was happy for it. I had merely twisted my hoof. I still had all my limbs attached. The hallway led past bathrooms on one side and what I suspected was the supervisor's break room, complete with vending machines. The opposite side of the hallway bore a set of 3 framed and backlit posters, each with a different illustration, but the same proclamation in big, bold letters. Progress. The highly stylized images were in order. A train engine bellowing smoke and hauling multiple passenger cars all by itself, ponies staring up in marvel at a monorail train passing overhead, and a mare marveling in near glee as her spider-like hover robot dusted her furniture. The last poster's backlighting was flickering maddeningly. We found 2 more slashed-apart steel rangers before we made it to the stairwell. To my dismay, the only way out was back into the generator room. Velvet Remedy whispered to me, when I say the word gallop for all you're worth. Hold on, I noticed music got quiet here. Gotta fix that again. Let's see. There we go. Ooh, back to normal. Welcome back. Alright, let's see. The shot of fear went through my breast. I don't know how much I can manage right now, I said, but my real fear was that her plan was self-endangering. Try self-levitating just enough that you aren't putting any real weight on your hurt hoof, she recommended. And don't worry, I know that look. I'll be right behind you. Promise. What the heck happened? You know, like this is what, like, I zone out for like a minute, just straight up reading, mindlessly, and then I find out that somehow the character got her. What? Honesty, a pony in my head reminded me was not Velvet Remedy's virtue. You better be, or I'm coming back. She nodded. I had little Macintosh in front of me, now loaded with magically enhanced bullets. I took a breath. We stepped cautiously out onto the main floor of Hippocampus Energy Plant number 12. We were able to spot the injured Hellhound almost immediately. It was perched on top of a generator, shooting at Pyrelight, who in turn was twirling and dancing in the air, occasionally sending puffs of green flame in the monster's direction. All good, no problemo. Pyrelight was distracting it for us. Belatedly, I realized those odd sounds I had been hearing were shots from the magical energy rifle muffled by the door. Note to self, first, Pyrolite is willing to risk herself for Velvet Remedy and possibly me as well. Second, Pyrolite is amazing agile flyer. Third, Hellhounds may be 50 different flavors of murder, but they aren't necessarily good shots. The Hellhound took less than a second to notice our presence, leaping savagely at us, bloodthirsty claws outstretched. It gave a slight yelp as its ruined leg hit the floor, but its good leg pushed it towards us with a speed that caught me off guard. I froze, forgetting to fire. The light around Velvet Remedy's horn pulled away, becoming a ball of light that soared towards the Hellhound, striking it in the shoulder. The monster seemed to instantly lose all coordination, collapsing in a jumble of limbs, skidding towards us on the floor out of sheer momentum. "Go!" Velvet Remedy yelled as she started galloping, giving the monster a wide berth as she made for the far end, leaping over bits of the catwalk, which had collapsed into the room. I followed, taking her suggestion. The pain still slowed me, but it was manageable. The Hellhound slashed out at me with those huge, terrible claws. I darted deftly out of the way. It tried to crawl after me, managing only a wicked slither. The Hellhound had fallen and couldn't seem to get up. Ahead of me, Velvet Remedy stopped and motioned me to continue ahead. I worried, but didn't argue. As I reached the opposite stairwell, I heard her calling out to Pyrolite behind me. "Hello, hello, hello. Greetings." "Did you kill it?" I asked, panting hard as Pyrolite swooped into the Sky Bandit through a shattered window, Velvet Remedy galloping up just a pace behind. The charcoal-coated unicorn tossed himself into the passenger wagon. I'd arrived just enough ahead of them to yell warning to Steelhooves and Calamity while gulping for breath. I think that I said amounted to, Hellhound, generators, rifle, Velvet, spell, go, go, go! Calamity had barely gotten the harness attached when Velvet had dashed out onto the roof. Calamity spread his wings and with a firm beat pulled us off the roof and into the air. Velvet Remedy cocked her head to me even as she caught her own breath. Killed it? Why even would I do that? I'm not in the habit of killing my patients. Blank. It was what now? Anesthetic spell, she smiled. The poor thing was clearly in pain. I stared at Velvet like she had completely spit her bit. Plus, it does have the very helpful side effect of preventing the patient from running around. Very hard to do when you can't feel your legs. She smiled cleverly, her eyes twinkling. I fell to my haunches. Damn, that plan? Damn. Recovering a little. You didn't actually heal it, did you? Velvet rolled her eyes. I took that as a no. Personally, I would have killed it if I had realized it was virtually helpless. But in a way, I was happy that Velvet had not. It had been worried that the wasteland was robbing her of that compassion which made her so special. It had eroded her spirit. There was no getting away from that, but it was good to see that my Velvet Remedy, in a my Pinkie Pie sense, was still there. Even if contemplating those 3 Steel Rangers, I really disagreed with this particular decision. When did you learn to do that? I asked, amazed. Velvet tossed her mane and smiled. Back in 10 Ponytail while you were out. Dr. Helping Hoof had quite a nice selection of old Ministry of Peace medical spells for sale. Velvet Remedy smiled wistfully. Apparently, Fluttershy's ministry had a whole department of unicorn ponies dedicated to magical research. The pony in my head perked with alarm, but was ignored. You can buy spells? Velvet Remedy nickered. If by that you mean barter for tutelage, then yes. But Dr. Helping Hoof was an earth pony? Yes, Velvet patronized, but his assistant was a nice unicorn buck. Anyway, don't feel too bad. I doubt you've missed out on anything. All the teaching in the world won't help if you don't have a natural talent for the type of spell you are trying to learn. I'll never be able to cast lightning from my horn, or turn a rock into a top hat, or conjure a door out of thin air. Not matter how many bottle caps I try to spend or hours I try to learn. Entertainment and medical spells are my gift. I tried not to visibly droop. Yeah, and mine is to do the same spell every single other unicorn can do. The first one we learn, and that's it. It was like having a pitbuck as a cutie mark, the epitome of non-special. No, Velvet Voice chided. What the heck? Cited? What does that mean? What? Chided? What? Your gift is to do that spell better than any pony else in at least 200 years. I gave her a weak but thankful smile. That did make it sound better. Sorry about this, Calamity said as he hung from the harness, wings drooping. The entire Sky Bandit was wrapped in the soft light of my levitation spell, glowing against the darkened sky as I drifted us slowly towards a freestanding section of overpass 3 piers long. It looked plenty sturdy and should be safe from hellhounds. A place to spend the night. No need to apologize, I insisted. Calamity had been flying for hours on end, with only the stop at the hippocampus energy plant for a break. I envied the Pegasus' endurance. My got up and go, Calamity bemoaned. Just kinda got up and went. He looked out towards the standing chunk of overpass. You gonna make it that far? No sweat. Actually, much sweat. I was already beginning to feel the strain, and the overpass was at least half an hour away. I could have said there was no way I could hold us that long, but after all, Calamity did. I'd be damned if I couldn't find the fortitude to take us this tiny bit further. We moved across the sky with aching slowness. I still can't believe, I fretted. I mean, the idea that you could barter for spells never even crossed my mind. I let out a sigh. I guess that explains why Velvet Remedy is our diplomat and master trader, and I'm... a toaster repair pony? Calamity supplied when I was at a loss for words. I laughed and nodded. Pyrelight fluttered out and perched on the rust-coated Pegasus battle saddle, clamping onto it with her claws. She spread her wings and flapped as if, my magic in play, she could hope to pull the Sky Bandit herself. Drat! Calamity chuckled. Pretty soon y'all won't need me for anything. My eyes widened in alarm. What? Don't say that. Well, it ain't past my attention that I've been not with you on your adventures for more lately than I've been with you. I opened my mouth to tell him how not true that was, and stopped as the reality of the statement sank into me. Instead, Calamity, you're my closest and dearest friend, not including homage, I mentally added. You kept me strong. You kept me from losing it. I will always need you. Sure, you say that now. And next adventure, we'll go together, you and me, I promise. The setting sun dipped below the cloud line, setting the clouds ablaze with brilliant oranges and dark crimsons. The effect was magnified against the black clouds that hung over Philadelphia, turning the whole post-apocalyptic city into a fiery hell. Damn! There was a dark spots floating around over the city. We were close enough to make them out, but just barely. Calamity had spotted them too, as he asked me to float him the binoculars. He scanned the air between the silhouetted ruins of Philadelphia and conflagrant sky. Ah, hell, he said, motioning for me to take a look myself. I flew the binoculars to my own eyes and stared towards Philadelphia, seeing hundreds of molten fires in the black below. Chimneys poured out constant smoke. The draconic skeleton of a massive roller coaster added an alien touch to the city skyline. The dark silhouette of the Philadelphia town shot upwards into the sky. Following it with my gaze, I saw them. Dozens of pink... what? Dirigibles. Okay. Shaped like creepy pink smiley faces, complete with ears and mane, floated around the sky above the city ruins. Pinkie Pie balloons. There's a name for them? Calamity gave a shudder. Anyway, I was more looking at what the ponies in those Pinkie Pie balloons were packing. We sure as hell ain't flying into there. I looked again, turning up the magnification as high as it would go. I saw earth ponies attending mounted rifles easily 2 ponies long, scoped and terrifying. They were what my sniper rifle would like to be when it was all grown up. Oh my god. Anti-machine rifles. Calamity informed me I now had a very good idea what my scary new bullets was supposed to be for. He was right. Taking the Pegasus pulled bomb anywhere near that skyline was a death sentence. From here on in, we walked. We'd be sneaking into Philadelphia on hoof. I sincerely hoped we were out of Hellhound territory. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds absolutely terrifying, that sentence. Like those paragraphs they used. How did the much-defied Princess Celestia and Princess Luna allow our land to become like this? How did the mayors of the Ministry allow the greatest and most glorious nation in the world to die in a balefire and agony? The answer is quite simple. Incompetence. For generations, the hard-working ponies of Equestria toiled to build this great land, and the leaders sat back and reaped the benefits. And not only them, but a great majority of ponies throughout the land. They enjoyed the fruits of hard labor without lifting a hoof themselves. They lay back, slept on clouds, idled their days away like parasites feeding on the sweat of the workers. Workers like you. Workers like me. They became selfish and lazy. And laziness, my little ponies, breeds stupidity. It's about the moment, though. The destruction they brought down on us was, in a word, inevitable. They couldn't do any better because they weren't any better. But today, we all work, and tomorrow, when our toil is done, we will step forward and be accepted into the loving embrace of the goddess and be transformed. And in the coming unity, we will all reap the rewards of our own brows together, as equals. I shut off Red Eye's broadcasts. Somehow they always left me feeling twisted inside. He was unpleasantly convincing sometimes. A steady diet of this fodder and I might find myself biting his poison apple. Calamity had collapsed from exhaustion the moment we touched down on the overpass and was snoring softly nearby. There were other vehicles up here, including a large Sunrise sarsaparilla delivery wagon that had been heading towards Philadelphia. A faded painting of smiling Celestia watching over happy sarsaparilla drinkers adorning its side. A couple of camouflage-painted chariots were abandoned on the far edge, part of a military convoy, the rest which was crushed and buried under the collapsed section of overpass beyond. I wanted to poke around, explore, but I promised Calamity, and while looking in the backs of the few wagons wasn't really an adventure, I was sure he'd be sore with me if I didn't wait for him with good reason. Velvet Remedy was asleep as well, Firelight perched on his shoulder, plumage seeming to glow in the dying light. The Balefire Phoenix looked proud, and if it wasn't my imagination, possessive. Steelhooves was on guard again. I didn't think I'd ever see him sleep. Did ghouls even need sleep? So much I didn't know. Unlike you, I said, smiling to the mythical bird. The word that came to my mind was simple, but after my mistake with the Velvet Remedy earlier, I was watching my choice of vocabulary. Straightforward. I don't have to worry about any hidden agendas or dark secrets with you. You watched us, dare I say, out of curiosity. If so, it is something we have in common. The Balefire Phoenix let out a pleasant whistle. Velvet Remedy helped you, and you decided to stay with her. Friendship, pure and uncomplicated, the Phoenix preened. You chose well, I added, looking at Velvet Remedy. She really is a very good, very special pony. I reached over and put a hoof on her flank, touching her cutie mark. A singing bird. Pilot scowled, giving a hoot backed by a little burst of green flame. My pitbuck briefly clicked, then was quiet again. I drew back my hoof with a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not a rival. She's all yours. A touch chagrined, I added. Maybe once I would have been, but things have changed. The green and gold phoenix cocked her head. I found a way to explain. Velvet put me in a cage. It was for my own good. I was sick and hurting myself, but after that, I paused. We're just good friends. What? What? I'm not sure I understand the question. Hello, greetings. Greetings from Apple World. I was having trouble sleeping. The fright earlier and the worries of what lay ahead merged into a constant buzz in my head. I couldn't afford to go into this new situation half stupid from lack of rest, but that worry only made it worse. I couldn't force myself to sleep. I tried. A distraction might help derail the worried thoughts swarming my head. I pulled out the memory orb from the power plant. I stared at it for a moment, running through a mental checklist. I wasn't in battle or imminent danger, so I should be safe. On the other hoof, these orbs were always a gamble. I remember the sickening experience of the damaged memory orb all too vividly. Part of me also wondered if I was just using lack of sleep as an excuse to indulge my curiosity. I probably was. Well, that was okay. Who didn't have their vices? The memory held within it something amazing, wondrous, inspiring. Sunlight. Pure, radiant sunlight. Unfiltered and uncovered by a cover of clouds. The ball of fire in the sky was at once terrifying and majestic. The living symbol of the goddess Celestia herself. Its light was powerful, capable of slashing through darkness and shadows, revealing and cleansing. It was warm and compassionate, and it brought with it a sense of peace and hope. Sunlight was as miraculous to me as a pip-buck was to the ponies of Equestrian wasteland, and likewise, it was as pedestrian to the pony I was riding as my pip-buck was to me. I was standing on a balcony with several smartly dressed gentle stallions, staring down into a huge sunlit foyer lined with clear windows of glass that rose at least 3 stories high. The scene outside was idyllic. Colorful ponies, finely dressed, went about their business along cobblestone sidewalks, bordering a boulevard of grass. A geometrically perfect field of green divided into large precision shapes by cobblestone paths and a huge reflective pool. The building on the other side were largely obscured by trees, but I could tell that there was as regal and impressive as the one I was in. Balconies and mezzanines arched around the airy open atrium. Large gardening boxes held fully grown apple trees, and everywhere ponies moved about busily. After looking about briefly, my host focused on the light-colored marble floor below, where a throng of ponies were causing a disturbance. It was a small mob pressing in towards the single figure in the center, a zebra. Go back to where you came from. Do you think you can just trot into a ministry? Better wiped than striped. What are you doing here? Are you a spy? A voice rang out over the crowd as a familiar orange pony with a blonde mane and tail came trotting down arching stairway. Simmer down, Sally. Zakor ain't no spy. Applejack reached the throng and quickly dispersed the ponies who grumbled as they went back to work. In just over a minute, it was just her standing alone with the extremely out-of-place zebra. Other ponies were giving them a wide berth, shooting stares. Applejack shot even better stares back, causing several to shy away, picking up their pace. Finally, she turned to the zebra, looking deeply apologetic. Zakor, you really ought not to be walking around like that. 'Tain't safe these days. I thought I could visit a friend, the zebra replied in an exotic, strangely poetic voice. I should have known how it would end. Well, there is a war on, Applejack said reasonably. She lifted a hoof to scratch beneath her ear, looking embarrassed. Ponies hate and fear me still, no better than in Ponyville. The zebra's voice was deep with disappointment. To you folk, zebras may seem strange, but ponies never change. Gee, thanks. Applejack frowned, bristling a little. Then she let out a sigh. Let's just get you out of sight, okay? Come with me. Applejack paused, looking around the huge atrium. I should have an office in here somewhere. This is her ministry, and she doesn't even know where her office is. She just works there. She just works there, that's all. She just goes around room to room, building to building. What's going on here, folks? Oh, this is my office today. Lady Applejack, how good to... A gentle stallion called out, approaching from a different stairwell. He stopped as he spotted the zebra. Oh my. Ugh. Applejack grimaced, face hoofing. Not you too, Starshine. Ain't nothing wrong with Zecora. She's my friend. Oh, of course, the gentle stallion said gracefully. I have nothing wrong with zebras. In fact, my company is one of the only in Canolot who make practice of hiring zebras. Well, wasn't he a smarmy buck? Let the Ministry of Propaganda say what it will. Ministry of Image, Applejack corrected. I believe that's what I said, Starshine stated dismissively, turning his attention fully to the zebra. Anyway, Zecora, is it? Should you ever find yourself looking for work, look me up. Anyone who has Lady Applejack's hoof print of approval. Was there something you wanted, Starshine? Applejack interrupted impatiently. Oh yes, I just wanted to pass on a little thank you for Ministry of Wartime Technology's support for our Stalingrad and Manhattan expansions. Stalingrad and Manhattan expansions. Everything's working smoothly, and I expect nothing short of a stellar success. I told you before, Starshine, we don't take buckbacks. Ain't how we operate here. Of course, of course. Banish the thought, the gentle stallion said in general apology. No, this is just a friendly gift, but never you mind then. He didn't want to offend, of course. Greasy git. Absolutely everything about this pony was striking a negative note with me. From the look of her face, Applejack didn't seem to like him much either. Now, Zecora, he said, turning back to the zebra woman, how do you feel about public transportation? Uh-oh. 4 stars. The stallion standing on the balcony next to me spoke in a quiet voice, drawing my attention away from the scene below. Now she's trotting around publicly announcing friendships with zebras. The publicity alone could sink us. I felt my host nodding along with the others. Gentle colts, I think it's time we discussed Applejack's retirement. I came out of memory feeling cold. It was appealing. The sort of memory you only kept for blackmail. I pushed the memory orb far away from me. Steelhooves, I approached the Steel Ranger cautiously. I want to talk to you about Applejack and her ministry. The helmet of the armor-clad ranger turned towards me. He said nothing. You knew her, probably better than anyone other than family and her lifelong friends. What happened? Mega spells fell, Steelhooves deadpanned. Every pony died. I sighed. He was going to be that way about it. I tried again. What happened between her and the Ministry of Technology? Are you ordering me to tell you? He asked strangely. No, I said, the question making me feel awkward. I'm asking you. I wanted to know. Because you know it will be tactically advantageous to have that information. I hung my head in exasperation. No, because... I stopped unsure. Because as dumb as this probably sounds, I care. My words surprised me, as did the truth behind them. Somehow, I'd come to actually care for this group of 6 ponies from 200 years ago, the Ministry mares. I didn't understand why. It made no sense. But at some point, my glimpses into the past had evolved from mere academic curiosity to a genuine feeling of attachment. Maybe it was meeting Spike, hearing his stories of a bright and joyous past and the adventures of those close friends. Certainly sealed the transformation. Part of me wanted a happy ending for at least one of them. Reality pointed the chance of that as heart-wrenching bleak. I knew that, but I wasn't willing to stop hoping anyway. Looking past Steelhooves, I took in the night-shrouded equestrian wasteland. The low clouds over Philadelphia glowed a dark red, reflecting the lights from below. Hell. We were literally going into hell. The low rumble of Steel's hooves voice startled me. Applejack had no taste for being an administrator, he began. I turned towards the ghoul pony who had, I was certain, once been Applejack's lover. It wasn't like running a farm or organizing the winter wrap-up. I heard a snort of laughter from inside his helmet, which, come to think of it, she needed Twilight Sparkle's help for anyway. So she just hired a whole bunch of business ponies to do it for her. I wonder how many of those I had just shared a balcony with. Applejack's intention, Steelhooves continued with a touch of uncharacteristic nostalgia, was for the Ministry of Technology to help encourage and subsidize enterprises that were pushing greater technology and industrial advancement. The ministry promoted the principles of the Earth Pony Way and sought to help make Equestria better for all ponies through that ethic. Steelhooves was looking out at the horizon at Philadelphia. His voice held firm, but I could tell this was an emotional thing for the ghoul pony to talk about. I listened reverently, knowing that this was a gift. Applejack didn't want to stick her hooves into other ponies' businesses any more than she wanted any pony messing around with her farm. She believed in the inherently good nature of ponies, and felt they should be left to the guidance of their own virtues. He turned to me suddenly, a note of bitterness creeping into his voice. The problem is, industrious and corporations aren't ponies. They don't have good nature. They're like mainframes, calculating risk and profit, and if the numbers are strong enough, they throw baby fillies into the gears of their own machine to grease the flow of capital. I suddenly found myself thinking of the crusader mainframe in Stable 29. When Applejack returned to the Ministry of Technology after the death of her brother, her only intention was to focus the effects of the ministry for as long as it took to create a new, better suit of armor, one that would not fail to protect a pony like Big Macintosh's armor had failed to save him. But the longer she stayed, the deeper the pit of horror she began to uncover. What wasn't corrupt was out of control, and so she tried to fix things, try to put bit and reins on development, regulate corporate misconduct. Steelhooves fell silent, staring at me for a long time. I felt he was assessing my understanding, and perhaps it was my worthiness of this gift. Finally, he finished by adding, "And that's not something any pony was going to be happy about, and that some ponies wouldn't stand for. Greetings. Do you know what word I hate more than any other? Slave. Yes, we are all bound by the chains of industry, but even more, there is a greater chain that holds us all together. It is the chain of mutual responsibility, and to break free of what chain is to become nothing better than a raider, the most loathsome and repugnant sort of leech in our great Equestria. If I am a slave because I am not independent of virtue and accountability to my fellow pony, then I do not want freedom. The freedom to be worthless, destructive, unproductive, licensed to abandon the future that only together we may achieve. This is not liberty. It is anarchy at its most vile, and the good, hard-working, and honorable ponies of Equestria will not stand for it. Will you? Raiders are the epitome of the sins of the past. Selfish, lazy, greedy. They take what they cannot build for themselves, and they destroy what they cannot take. They infest the equestrian wasteland like termites, chewing away at the already frail bones of our great nation. They even skitter about in the ruins of Philadelphia, chittering just outside the wall. Rest assured, my little ponies, that when the rebirth comes, there will be no room for such harmful and parasitical insects in our new world. Those who do not join the unity will be crushed under our hooves, stamped out once and for all. We might not even have to wait that short time. Even today, the glorious army of the children of unity grows stronger, mightier, and the goddess sends out her children, created in her image, to scour the wasteland. Yes, to those of you out there who are termites, to the raiders, the steel rangers, and the cannibals, I have this to say. The purge is coming. Footnote level up. Skills note. Lockpicking has reached 100%. New perk. Clever Prancer. Through agility and reflexes, you have become deft at striking where it hurts, while preventing your enemies from doing the same. You get an additional 5% chance to score a critical hit. Your enemies suffer a 25% penalty to their chance to critically hit you. This perk is only effective when wearing light or no armor. Well, everybody, that seems to have been the end of that chapter. That is interesting. Let's see, where are we at? Ooh, that's doable. Maybe I try to get 3 chapters in. No, not today. No, that's unreasonable. Alright, let's see. Wait a sec. Oh god. Do I read one more or not? Probably not, right? It's late. And crud. I should probably do that tomorrow. I can keep going. I mean, like this is one of my better days. Like, I have the ability to keep going. It's usually when I start reading these in the morning that I want to die. But I think I can pull off another one. Probably. Alright, let's see. Oh, but I want to finish it. I want to finish it. But should you? I could. I should. I want to finish the series. I really want to finish the series. I really want to, like, get through it. With all due respect. Oh no, dude, I had a Mountain Dew kickstart. I'm good. Alright, let's see. Let's see, hold on. Now I got 10,000 words. Alright, let me ask this. How many people are gonna probably lurk around for another chapter, which is around 10,000 words, which is roughly another hour and a half? Most likely. Because if people are gonna stay around, I'll do another. People want to call it, then we can end it. You're gonna stick around? Alright, that's one. You were silent that chapter, I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested to, see what's going on with this, Red-Eye guy. Like, to me it sounds like they're building an NCR equivalent, like, army and crud going on over here. It sounds rather... rather like they have a huge faction thing going on over here. Like, this sounds like a greater thing. Probably not enclave size, for sure. Alright. Alright. I will do another one. Whoop, whoop. And then let's see. What would be the plan for after that then? I read this chapter, right? I'm on chapter 23 now, correct? This is the right chapter, right? Chapter 23. I think I just... think I'm on the right one, right? I'm not gonna read 3 more chapters. Oh, a slaver state? Okay, you know what? That makes sense with the whole industrial revolution crud going on. This is the right chapter though, right? I literally don't know if I hit this next arrow or if I didn't. Well, hold on, I guess I can just scroll back to the bottom of the page and look at the perk sheet. Oh, that's way too far. Oh, way too low. Oh my gosh. Oh! The purge is coming. Yep, okay, so I finished this one. Chapter 23. Alright. Okay, let's see. Chapter 23. Patterns of behavior. Well, my children, it's quite dangerous to explore places where you do not belong. Where you headed, that you ended up in my private chambers. As much as I would love to, boredom does become a thing. I can only look at a green screen for so long before I get really antsy, you know? It's not like watching a show. I'm literally just looking at words. Curiosity. I halted, bobby pin and screwdriver hovering between me and the wall. Safe at steel hooves, muttered comment. This safe was the only container within the Helping Hoof Clinic which hadn't been successfully scavenged by ponies before us. Anything that could hold valuables had been already looted. Brighter spots on faded walls showed where medical boxes probably locked and simply been torn away from their mountings. Huh? Elegant as always, little Pip. Still who's whinnied? Your little friend Homage asked me what I thought your defining characteristic was. What? When? Oh, goddesses, what did Steelhooves tell her? Please don't let it be bad or embarrassing. Well, you were hospitalized. Steelhooves responded bluntly. Do you really find it surprising that she would ask your companions about you? No, not really. She was probably trying to get to know the real me more, especially for taking our relationship to a new level. It was wise. I just wasn't sure Steelhooves was the pony I would have wanted her getting a reference from. What did you say? I asked nervously, and then felt immediately stupid. He just answered that, didn't he? I mean, okay, curiosity, that isn't so bad. Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't think you could call it my defining characteristic. We're walking into hell, Velvet Remedy interjected, and Little Pip is sightseeing. No, I argued. I'm not. I stopped talking at her knowing smile. Hey, the clinic was right here, right on our way. And you know we could use the medical supplies if we find any. Yup. Y'all should have seen Little Pip in Stable 24, Calamity agreed, mimicking the voice poorly. I might add, he called out. Dangerous critters. Let's explore. Hey, you're the one who wanted to go to the next adventure with me. I figure she's been living this ever since stepping hoof out of her own stable, Calamity concluded. Reckon I can't blame her. Living in a box. Oh no, Velvet Remedy chimed in. She was like this inside the stable too. I sighed. Apparently, this was going to be T's Little Pip Day. I turned away, choosing to focus on the wall safe. Let them have their... Alright, keep your secrets. The Velvet continued when other cults and fillies decided to try new things in an effort to provoke their cutie marks into showing. They'd try soccer or ballet. Little Pip, she tries to invent the art of breaking into other ponies' private things. I broke the bobby pin, which was really frustrating since this lock was well beneath my skills. I took a deep breath, looking in a random direction that was neither the safe nor my friends. Firelight had perched on the IV stand in the corner near a medical bed. Behind her was a Ministry of Peace poster of a smiling Fluttershy with a white rabbit sitting on her head and colorful birds and butterflies flocking around her. The top of the poster read simply, Remember. But the bottom half was so badly damaged that I couldn't tell what it was trying to say. There must have been some gentle but insidious power in Fluttershy's image, for I found myself feeling ashamed that we had forgotten what she told us not to. Well, I grunted, hovering at a replacement bobby pin. Maybe curiosity is my virtue then. My three companions looked at each other quietly, skeptically. Firelight let out a soft whoop as smiles broke across their faces, or at least across the muzzles of Calamity and Velvet Remedy. Simultaneously, they turned to me and told me that no, it was definitely a vice. Well, what? That was unexpected, Calamity noted, staring through the open safe in the building adjacent to the Helping Hoof Clinic. The entire back of the safe was done, as was a significant amount of other buildings. While judged by the damage, it looked as if a large medical energy weapon on the scale of the Junction R7 cannon had been used to melt through the wall. Some pony had a hard-on for this place. They were stupid then, I commented. That blast probably destroyed anything that was in here. Steelhoof spoke. I don't think this was the safe they were intending to use that weapon for. How do you figure? First, this safe was hidden. It's likely they didn't even know it was here. Steelhooves was right. The safe had been hidden behind a large frame sign. Most scavengers wouldn't have thought to pull it down and look behind it. But ever since Homage revealed her safe behind the Splendid Valley painting, I'd fallen into the habit of peeking behind frames, something which undoubtedly added fodder to my companion's discussion of my so-called vice. I glanced over to where the sign was propped against the medical rack. It was very much unlike the posters I had grown used to, a more forthright and clinical warning from the past. Wartime stress disorder. For 1,000 years, ponies known only peace. It should be no surprise that so many are not able to cope with the harsh realities of war. Wartime stress disorder is a very real illness that affects thousands of ponies each year. Know what to look for: depression, anxiety, lack of sleep, loss of appetite, unpatriotic thoughts, suicidal impulses. If you or any of your loved ones are experiencing 2 or more of these symptoms, it may be WSD. If so, ask for help. No pony needs to suffer alone. Knowledgeable and caring ponies trained by the Ministry of Peace are waiting to help. Get a free quote today. Yeah, something like that. Oh gosh. Oh man, what stage of infection we got here? Let's see. Lack of sleep, depression, anxiety. I'm seeing a lot of stage 1 symptoms here. Maybe stage 2. Early stage 2. Yeah, some of those are a little bit extreme. I sped it only at a glance before turning my attention back to Steelhooves. Having read that sign before floating it down, I didn't need to read it again. Second, Steelhooves continued, having apparently paid more attention to our surroundings than I had, the building next to the clinic was a bank. I had admittedly dismissed the building next door after discovering the doors were blocked by interior rubble. I could see now, through the safe, that a fair amount of the interior was intact, and a bank promised to be interesting. Okay, I said, floating out the zebra rifle. I'm going through. Unpatriotic thoughts. Undemocratic thinking. I started to climb up into the safe only to feel teeth bite down on my tail and pull me back. Oh no you ain't, Calamity said, letting go. Ain't no way any of the rest of us can wiggle through that thing, he said, pointing a hoof at the wall safe. I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off. I ain't letting you brave the place alone. Whatever destroyed that wall might be lurking in there, Calamity smirked. Besides, you said your next adventure would be with me. You promised, and I'm holding you to it. Honestly, I think that's fair. I don't think Calamity's been having a lot of screen time lately. Well, fun screen time, I guess. Velvet's been hogging the spotlight, I'd say. And Steelhooves. Steelhooves has also been kind of hogging the spotlight in a mysterious way that he is. I slumped. He had a point, then I brightened. Once I'm inside, I'll be able to see the rubble blocking the front door and levitate it out of the way. I can let you all in through the front. It will only take a moment. They looked at each other again, and I could read on their faces a begrudging acceptance that this was going to happen. I sent my hooves to it. There was no stopping me, short of a tranquilizer dart to the breast. I floated the zebra rifle ahead of me, my current weapon of choice. Calamity and I had already spent time in the early morning looting the locked ammo boxes from the surviving convoy chariots on the overpass. As a result, I was no longer worried about ammo for the zebra rifle. I'd been surprised to find that even up here, everything that wasn't locked up had been looted. but Calamity reminded me that he wasn't the only flyer in Equestrian Wasteland. You know, I feel like this series has really helped improve my ability to, like, talk longer. Like, seriously, I'm, like, now able to ramble on for, like, hours and hours. Like, well, not hours and hours, but, like, the last chapter thing we did video was 3 hours long. And we're already getting past that now, and I can keep going. We used to not be able to hardly survive one, if not barely two. But now we're just reading 10,000 words plus every time we do this. I counted us lucky when we had moved beyond Hellhound territory. Honestly, also, I'm gonna be honest, Diamond Dogs, Death Claws, is that what they're supposed to be? Honestly, the idea of smart Death Claws is very concerning. Is that, they're supposed to be the Death Claw variant of this series, I'm pretty sure, correct? The Hellhounds, just smarter Death Claws, I guess. Giant hellscape of the Philadelphia suburbs without any encounters. During our trek, Calamity and I scouted ahead, being by far the stealthiest members of the group. I'd kept my pitbuck radio off, only the tiniest amount of noise leaked out of my ear bloom for others to possibly hear, but I suspected the keen-eared hellhounds might notice even that. I was yearning to turn it on again, and hear what else Red-Eye might have to say. Dude, we keep it 100% facts on this channel. It's all factual. I want to hear more about Red-Eye. There's something about his word. He's got my attention. With a second look at the safe, I decided to shuck my saddlebags. It was going to be tight, and I didn't want to get stuck. I could float them behind the door. Float them through behind me once I was inside. Or worst case... Oh yes, some Fallout 4 ambiance. Also, which ambiance do y'all like from which game the most? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna tell you I didn't want to get a clinic, was once inside, or worst case, go back in the clinic and get them after I cleared the bank's front door. No encounters also meant I still owed Calamity an adventure, and I wanted to pay off that debt before we got into the heart of Philadelphia. We were looking at trotting into slaver territory. Yep, there it is. There is the word right there. And I feared for my companion's safety. It's not that I doubted their ability or courage, but the anxiety I felt didn't lend itself easily to words. I suppose I feared that my friends were not only dear to me, but I would be dear to them in an entirely different and unpleasant way. In the eyes of the slavers, what kind of prize would a Pegasus be? Or Velvet Remedy? So the more I learn about these little slaver group going on, they come off more as like a socialist, well, more like communist slavers, kind of. You know? Work hard. Sleep harder. The goddess only knew how they would react to a Steel Ranger, and the last thing I could afford to do was launch an assault on the entire damn slaver army. Ah, that's true. All of them are pretty good, in their own respective way. Honestly, I was almost to Philadelphia, and I had no idea what I was going to do when I got there. My entire plan was to get there, take a look, and pray that what I saw would tell me where to go next. With dismay, I accepted the very possibility that I might get there, only to turn around and slink back home. My friends were counting on me to be better than that. All those slavers were counting on some pony to stand up for them. What if they liked to work, you know? I suddenly pictured myself trotting up to the gate, knocking and telling the guard on the front door, "Hello, I'm here to stand up for the slaves." The daydream ended with an image of me getting shot in the head. I don't know why, but like I almost imagine like an MS Paint or like a mildly drawn picture of just a little bit going like kids splat falling on the ground. So yeah, maybe I was sightseeing. Distractions give myself time. I pulled myself into the narrow black rectangle of the safe and slithered through. A mare approached me just the other day. "Thank you, Red Eye," she said. "You've given me my life meaning. I was wretched before, but now I am part of something great, and I know that something even greater waits for me, the opportunity of a lifetime." Of course, she was only saying this in an attempt to get close to me so that she could use the crude knife she had crafted out of stolen metal, but still, her words moved me, so I did not have her killed on the spot. Instead, I sent her to the pit. Where she would have the chance to exercise those murderous impulses for a more worthy goal. Velvet Remedy had darted into the mayor's room off of the bank lobby, and we were all politely pretending not to hear her. Wait, so, okay, out of curiosity, Red Eye, right? This Red Eye guy, all these, like, things we are reading from him, does he just have, like, is he, like, tapped into, like, every single, like, intercom building from miles and miles and miles around? Or something? Like, I feel like he's everywhere. Like, I know he was becoming more prominent as they approached, but I feel like he is everywhere. Velvet Remedy had darted to the mayor's room off the bank lobby and were all politely pretending not to hear her. The lobby radio helped, Red Eye's words adding to the buzzing of flies looking around. It pained me that my stomach wasn't rebelling nearly as hard. The stench made my eyes water, but I had seen too much too often. I could tell I was becoming numb, and it scared the horse apples out of me. I heard water start to run in one of the restroom sinks, and I felt the sudden urge to dash in. We hadn't checked the local water, but I was sure that it was radioactive. Velvet must know that, but I doubted she was thinking clearly. What? I see. Splayed pony bodies and profane graffiti, Velvet said with a weak smile as she rejoined. Us, Raider Cheek? She turned to me. "Let me thank you again for taking me to such lovely places." I honestly felt bad about this one. Once the lobby been a place for ponies to mill around while waiting their turn with one of the tellers whose counters lined one side of the room, or who had business on the back meeting rooms like the one I had crawled into through the safe, whose backside had been obliterated. But the raiders had taken perverse glee in defiling this place, the extent of which I hadn't seen since the Ponyville Library. The crucified dog hanging from the ceiling lamp was a particularly revolting touch. I agree with Little Pip, Calamity noted, having taken a look at the rear meeting room which had abutted the clinic. Raiders living here, tussled with some invaders who were a heap more dangerous. Lots of raided bodies, none of their attackers. Well, one, I corrected him. Sorta. The pile of ash at what had been the center of magical destruction had been glowing slightly pink, suggesting the battle wasn't that long ago. I have no clue what that is. That sounds absolutely deranged. Calamity nodded. My guess, lucky shot, he said. From the way that whole wall was disintegrated back for enough to touch the safe next door, my guess is that one of the invaders was carrying his saddlebags full of magical energy grenades or some such, and one of the raiders put a bullet through it. Well, they obviously didn't get in through the front door or the safe, so that means there's another way in here. I looked to Steel Hooves. Do you remember what the building on the other side of the bank was? Noise from somewhere above us killed the conversation. Dust rained down from the ceiling as pony hooves clopped over the floor above. The hanging lamp swayed as they passed over it, a rotting piece of the crucified dog falling to the floor with meaty sound. I floated my rifle close. Calamity gave his battle saddle a reload kick. Honestly, Velvet Remedy whispered, has it ever occurred to either of you that they might be friendly? Nope. Stand back, Steel Hooves growled. Gleaning his intention, I dashed for the bathroom, wrapping a surprised Velvet in a levitation field and pulling her in after me. Firelight dove through the doorway over our heads. Calamity swapped back towards the meeting room. Chapow! Boom! The shot from Stillhoof's grenade machine gun detonated against the ceiling in a flash of fire and stucco. With a rending crash, the ceiling came down, bringing 5 rated ponies crashing into the lobby. One buck with a mangy coat and a flaming skull for a cutie mark landed hard on a teller counter and bounced out of sight. A mare with spiked pink mane got herself tangled in a gruesome exhibit fashioned out of at least 3 colts. Entrails, a zebra sword falling from her muzzle and clattering against the floor, it slid to a stop at Calamity's hooves. One last rated pony stood above us at the edge of the collapsed floor, a hunting rifle floating at his flank. His gaze fell on me sliding down my body, and now I did want to vomit. His eyes suddenly widened, and he darted out of sight. The other rated ponies tried to scramble to their feet, Stillhoof's rapid-fired 6 more grenades into their midst. I saw Velvet Remedy's shield flicker around the 2 of us, just in time to save us from the blast of shrapnel and bloody body parts. The eyeball of a rated pony splattered against the magical field inches from my face and began to slide down it. I ended up violently emptying the contents of my stomach after all. Canned corn does not taste as well coming up as it does going down. The one that fell over here got away, Calamity called out, hovering in the air on the other side of the teller aisle. A doorway into the bank's back office marked the raiders' most likely avenue of escape. Spitting out another mouthful of water from my canteen, I replied. Had another one upstairs who bolted too. I felt weak and embarrassed, but tried to focus on the danger at our hooves. The surviving raided ponies could be getting reinforcements, assuming there were any to get. I was more worried they were setting traps. Calamity snorted, "Raiders run from us now?" He flew up into the room above. Course, they could be fixing an ambush. Velvet Remedy looked up at Calamity's underside. "Oh, come now. Are you really that surprised?" She poked a hoof at me. "The smallest of us is a walking arsenal. You're a Pegasus with a custom-built battle saddle, and Steel Hooves is... Steel Hooves. By Luna, we look like Grim Reaper ponies." Velvet Remedy trotted towards the carnage. "Any raider this well-armed," she said, floating a blood-stained baseball bat with gruesome nails driven through it out of the rubble, "is going to take one look at us and gallop before the hills if she has any brains left at all." I grimaced. Not that I minded looking like a Reaper pony to raiders. I damn well ought to. But because Velvet's comments brought back memories of the twisted view of us that Steelhooves had once professed to Calamity. Steelhooves was looking at the zebra sword. The gemstone in its hilt was cracked and blackened. Whatever enchantment this weapon had once held had died with that stone. "Okay," I said, collecting my thoughts. "The main vault is in the basement. The other way into the bank is probably upstairs." Coming across from the next building, I looked to my companions, giving them an opportunity to disagree. "Velvet, Steelhooves, you two head up. Between the 2 of you, I'm sure you can greet any pony you find up there with the appropriate levels of loving kindness or overwhelming force." That is an impressive combination. I like that combo actually right there. You can do this the nice way, or you can do this the hard way. Velvet Remedy shot me a wry look, but nodded. How in Luna's name did I end up the de facto leader again? After seeing how my fellow stable dweller handled the hellhound, I wasn't so worried about her safety. I'm the safecracker, so I have my head down. Calamity, you're with me. Pow! A well-placed twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle caused the magical energy turret to explode, flinging shrapnel across the hall. Slipping into the zen of Sats, I targeted 2 remaining turrets and unloaded 2 rounds into each of them. They barely got a shot off, scorching an armor plate on my utility barding and giving me a painful but bearable burn beneath. We crept up past the guard desk and peered down the hallway beyond. It had a few doors that opened to the side rooms, and at the end was the massive metal door of the vault, a terminal glowing on the wall beside it. As Calamity started into the hall, I paused at the desk. I spotted a book which had slid down behind it, increasing your sales figures. The picture on the front was a satisfied customer eating an apple. I floated the book into my saddlebags, having exhausted my current book collection and left it at Junction R7. I trotted into the hallway, catching up with Calamity. A scorched bolt of green energy shot past me, hitting the wall behind us and melting a hole, turning the foxwood paneling and bricks beneath into glowing green goo. There's nothing better than the smell of melting zebras in the morning. Crap, one of these. Back, I shouted to Calamity. The two of us barely made it to the corner when the multi-limbed hoverbot floated around the corner. I felt flame lick at my tail as the robot hosed down the hallway we had been in with its flamethrower. Honestly, I absolutely enjoy using the flamethrower in Fallout 4. Oh man, it's such a fun weapon. Fire is awesome. Molotovs in that game suck, but the flamethrower, now that is a fun tool. Ow, 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 ow. I pranced flames licking at my tail until Calamity stomped the fire out. Ow! Pardon. I whimpered, tears in my eyes. Thanks. On our way down, Calamity had prodded me to unlock every ammo box, coin, tel, and desk. His saddlebags were now virtually overflowing with golden pre-war coins, as well as packages of cigarettes and bubblegum, and other things he considered worth the wait. I wasn't really expecting to find a merchant we could trade with in Philadelphia, but I said nothing. I had taken most of the ammo, including a prince's prize of 4 magical energy grenades. Well, grenades did the trick last time, I whispered, floating 2 of them out, and unlike alicorns, I'm pretty sure I can trick these things into the same way twice. I sat on my haunches before the well-mounted terminal next to the vault door. The smoldering wreckage of the hoverbot in the hall behind us. The door to this vault was almost identical to the one under Shadowed Hoof, except that this one had no exterior lock, rendering all my skills at lock-picking useless. However, by hacking into the terminal, I was sure I could tweak the spell matrix and get the door to slide open. Calamity stood guard over me as I worked. We both looked up when the muffled sound of an explosion echoed from somewhere several floors above. Not loving kindness, then. Nope. If I survive all of this, one day I'm going to sit down and write a sequel to the Wasteland Survival Guide covering all the things Dizzy Doo managed to leave out. I love the Ghoul Pony, but seriously, a whole section on radhogs and barely a mention of hellhounds? And the chapter about making robots work for you was completely who-fucked. I concentrated on the puzzle before me, working my way through possibilities of code until I settled on the right one. This was almost as hard as Pinkie Pie's terminal, almost. With a series of loud clangs, the vault door slid down into the floor. I raised an eyebrow at that, then stepped into the vault. Some pony had already been in here. Only a scattering of pre-war coins remained, and most of the smaller safes that lined the walls were open and empty. Well, now I am depressed. I took a note of 3 smaller safes and 1 large one, which still seemed intact. The locks on these suggested a level of skill required that was beyond. Was this the work of some rival lockpicker who made such a mess of the hippocampus energy plant number 12? No, that would be absurd, but the little pony in my head wouldn't give up the notion. I started on the largest safe first, confident in my ability to beat it, and eager to show up my imaginary rival. I took an effort to open the safe, but the tumblers finally fell into place. The large door nudged open. I pulled it back with my telekinesis, enthusiastically driven to see what was inside. Inside were 2 objects, one of which I had seen before. Recently, though, binoculars. Through binoculars, an anti-machine rifle, only this one was pristine, with golden flame-styled filigree, a custom bit, deep citrons embedded in the barrel, and an embossed nameplate that read Spitfire's Thunder. It was also broken down to fit in the safe. Some assembly required. Yeah, I think they're just scavenging right now. Some assembly required. Calamity whistled at the sight of the massive gun. My own attention was drawn to the small box next to it. The box had a familiar Apple insignia on it, although just one rather than the three of the little Macintosh. I floated it out. The box had its own lock, but it looked significantly easier to pick. Them gems on that there barrel? I've seen gemstones like that before, Calamity was saying behind me, still fascinated by the gun. They hold an enchantment that sucks up the buck of the gun. Makes it so Pegasus can fire it without getting knocked off course. Oh, that's gonna be OP. I chuckled. He probably thought he was being subtle. You want it? It's yours. I grinned. I've even got some bullets for it. The box with the apple clicked open. I realized I'd seen a box like this before as well, in Vinyl Scratch's office, like that one. This held 4 memory orbs. I sat open box down. Behind me, Calamity was doing his best not to squee. Thank you, little Pip. That's mighty gracious of you. That's wrong voice. Calamity, I shushed him with a smile. Stand guard. I may be gone for a bit. The orange-maned Pegasus spotted the box of memory orbs and nodded, turning to face the vault entrance in a battle-ready stance. I tilted my horn down towards the box, picking a memory orb at random and focus. The bank, Calamity, and the entire Equestrian wasteland watched. Why now? Why now? Why? Why do you have to do it now? Why can't you just look at it later? Oh boy. Hold on. Applejack was looking at me like I had lost my mind. And just what the hell do you think you're wearing that for? I had really hoped to learn more about the past, and with any luck, the mayors of the ministries, but to find one of them addressing me up close and personal, this seemed beyond the stroke of fortune. The room around us looked very much like the suites in Ten Pony Tower. Must have in their prime. This was a ministry hub, perhaps. There was a song playing in the background that I had heard before. I want to calm the storm, but the war is in your eyes. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies? When all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding, and the whispers in the darkness tell me when we won't survive. It took a moment to place it, but I had once seen Steelhooves virtually entranced by the song. To remember tonight, I felt my mouth say. The words came out in a smooth, low rumble. Oh, Luna, it was Steelhooves' voice. More urban and not nearly as gravelly as the ghouls we knew, but it was definitely him. How the hell had this memory ended up here, in this bank? It only now occurred to me that maybe Steelhooves had known what the building next door had been not, because he had noticed it today, but because he remembered it. Ah, hell no. Ain't doing nothing with ya while you're wearing that ridiculous recollector. Apple snack. Applejack put her hoof down. Now take it off. Wait, what? Oh no, I really shouldn't be here. This was private, and I'll tie you up with your own lasso. Eyes went wide and flashed for a oh, sweet celestial mercy. Not only was I invading Steelhooves' private memories, but the fuck was around. I could be, oh god, no. Oh no, I'm afraid God has pulled me out of this memory and spare me this, and my ghoul companion too. He didn't deserve to have me here, and I very much didn't want to be. Oh my god, that is absolutely hilarious. That is freaking hilarious. Oh, and just what makes you think what it takes to be Winnie old lasso, soldier buck? Part of my brain paused to marvel that the country filly turned major political had fallen for a city buck turned soldier. Steelhooves, no. Apple snack, lead forward. Oh god, no! I'm not reading. I don't know how much scrolling I'm gonna have to do. We'll see. I'm only gonna read skims of it, and then I'm just gonna scroll down as I see fit. Because I don't... Weird. Weird. Just you wait for the audiobook version. Everything will be included. Way too much information. Please, Celestia, Luna, any pony, stop the memory. Need to get off now. I mean, leave. Need to leave now. I almost felt my prayers were answered when a loud chiming sound rang out from nearby. A glowing terminal, Applejack shook off her dear cotton lights expression. Still no, she decided to turn her way towards the terminal. Now I got to take this, and you best not be wearing that thing when I'm done. You look ridiculous. I felt my host sigh, then trot slowly towards what I recognized in the bathroom door. Snack. Oh no, god dang, bro, please. Oh man. I'm dismayed from orange cold and older mare solved my concerns with startling sickness. What's wrong? I felt myself say in Snack's voice. Oh my god. Okay, the Ministry of Technology scrolled through information on the terminal screen as fast as her hoof would let her. No, she moaned. No, they wouldn't. Her voice was calling out more strained. No, they, how could they? Again, more firmly, AJ loved what's wrong. Applejack turned towards her soldier bug and with a star of tears in her eyes and frightening edge in her voice. Ironshot's what's wrong? Ironshot's what's wrong? She spit on the other emotion struggling behind her face, lost out of fury. 1 year. The Steel Rangers have been around for 1 year, and Ironshot Farms have gone and built a gun designed to punch through their armor. They've built a gun to kill our own. I felt Apple Snack go rigid at the news. The blonde maned mare was strutting back and forth and barely contained outrage. They're calling it the anti-machine rifle. But what it really is the anti-magical power armor rifle. She spun, tears in her eyes. How long before the zebras get hold of this? They've just killed our own. I felt my host swallow. He was doing amazingly well at keeping his heart rate down, but while I couldn't sense Apple Snack's emotions, I could feel the physical toll. I put everything into finding a better way to keep our soldier pony safe, Applejack raged. I sold my farm. I fought the ponies of my own ministry to get this done. She turned, her wide eyes filled with tears. I sold my farm. A lump formed in my throat. My heart hurt for the mare, and my hooves wanted to lash out at evil ponies who could be so thoughtless. The orange pony spun and bucked her. Baru? What? So hard, shattered in splinters and piles of clothing. This is a betrayal. They can't do this. My host watches his mare looked around for something else to buck. Then she seemed to have a better idea. I'm going down there. Applejack decided abruptly. I got family down in Ironshod. Brayburn will listen. I felt a sinking sensation in my heart. Steel hooves, Applejack barked, addressing my host not by her lover's name, but by his military designation. Call Wingright. Tell him to be on hoof in 2 minutes and to have my personal chariot ready. If I leave now, I can make it at Ironshod before morning. Maybe I can have this whole thing off before. AJ love Apple Snack offers slowly, trying to be reasonable. If they've already invented it, then you can't put that apple back on the tree. I knew he was right. The other item in the safe had been proof enough of that. Applejack shot us both a look, or at least it surely felt that way. Well, some pony ain't getting any for a good bit. If I could speak, I would have told her that such expectation had long passed. Now make that call. The orange pony turned back to gaze at the scattered fragments of wood and dresses. Great, and I've got to find something official looking to wear. Less than 3 minutes later, Steel Hooves was saying goodbye to Applejack as she stepped into the elevator outside their suite. Their call to Wingright had been, so Ministry Mayor's chariot was waiting on the Pegasus landing down. What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll be back before you know it, Applejack insisted, dressed in a stiff formal suit dress. This did not appear to get much use and looked slightly less murderous, but no less determined. I'm sorry, this night ain't gonna like ya was hoping for. I'll make it up to ya, promise. She turned and raised her hoof, touching the button for a landing platform as the ornate door slid closed. She cocked her head and take that recollector off. You look. The door was closed. A soft whir could be heard as the elevator began to ascend. The host looked up, watching the arrow above the doors. Elevator doors slowly glide across the numbers. Floor 4, 5, and 6. Applesnack turned back towards the door of his Applejack suite. The recollector was actually starting to itch. That was freaking weird. The loud twang sounded from the elevator shaft behind him. He spun towards those ornate doors as he heard rumbled downward past his floor, gaining speed. Then there was a loud, horrendous, metal-twisting thud. Oops. Oopsies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I bounced back to the real world, shaking from the memory, still feeling Apple Snack scream as if it had come from my lips. Looking up, I found Steelhoof's visor staring down at me. I cringed back, wanting to crawl into the safe. His low, gravelly voice simply stated, "Definitely a vice." Oh no! Oh, that's so awkward! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What is unity? The voice of Red Eyes sounded in my earbloom. Calamity and Velvet Remedy had naturally taken the lead, and as we worked our way back through the bank, my hooves felt heavy, like mine were the ones wrapped in steel. I couldn't look at Steelhooves. I could feel him staring into me, not saying anything. It was so much worse than being yelled at. Unity is you. Unity is your family, your mother and father, your brothers and sisters, or at least it will be. I have seen it, and yes, unity will be me as well. For now, I am merely its, and thus your humble servant. The goddess has gifted me with the vision of unity, and it is she who will bring peace to this troubled land. Think of me as nothing but a courier, delivering the message of evolution. We follow the goddess in her great quest to heal this land and all the good ponies with it. No pony dies in Philadelphia unless they choose to, and in the new Equestria, no pony will need ever die again. When the time has come for your toil to be over, you have but to submit yourself. Already, the goddess is taking those who come to her, pulling them to her bosom and transforming them. Their old, weak, sick bodies are peeled away, replaced by new, transcendent... Oh my god. That plot. Those false alicorns are made. Interesting. Well, obviously they came from somewhere, but like I thought they were just like their own species almost, in a way. Well, of course they are. They are their own species, but like I didn't know they were upgraded like that, in a sense. As we were passing the open doorframe of an office, Steelhooves lifted a metal-clad hoof and shoved me inside. He followed. Clearly he wanted to be alone with me. Looking anywhere but him, I stammered an apology. He ignored it. "Which one did you see?" he asked coldly. I looked up at him startled. "Which memory did you see?" I flushed with icy embarrassment, the one where I thought to find the last intrusive description. Applejack learned about Ironshot making an anti-machine gun rifle. Oh, Steelhooves said. The other three memories were locked safely away in his pack. The accident. I recalled Apple Bloom's strained voice. "Some folks are saying that maybe 'twasn't so much of an accident. They say that maybe 'twas some pony within her own ministry." The biggest row Applejack had was over the anti-machine rifle. Steelhooves informed me. I sensed that having seen the memory, he wanted me to have a touch in context. It was abnormally forthcoming of him, even more odd considering how deeply in the wrong I was. On one hoof, I couldn't really blame him, Steelhooves admitted. You wouldn't either if you saw some of the robots the zebras had begun to deploy on the battlefield. I found myself nodding, despite the ache in my heart for Applejack. I remember that tank-like Sentinel robot in 4 stars. I'd fired on it with armor-piercing bullets from a sniper rifle at a distance of yards, and only a precision shot to a volatile area had managed to stop it. But I knew how bad that hurt her, and how deeply personal she took it. Only made it worse that she had family in Ironshod. Whole thing just about tore her apart. He nickered behind his helmet. Damn thing was the zebras. Come out with armor-piercing ammo. A few months later, anyway. Not as effective as an anti-machine rifle at taking down my fellow rangers. But a well-placed round from a rifle could punch through a ranger's helmet. Steelhooves looked me over until his visor gaze stopped on Little Macintosh in its holster. Truth is, with AP ammunition, that gun could do it. Little Macintosh is possibly the most powerful firearm of its size. A touch of nostalgia crept into his voice, designed with the kind of buck-to teeth that only a mare like Applejack could handle easily. Despite how low I was feeling, a snort of laughter escaped me. According to Spike's story, Applejack was strong enough in the tooth to haul not only her own weight, but that of all 5 of her friends with nothing more than a bite on a dragon's tail. I had just begun to notice that all the context I was getting was about the firearms, and none about the accident itself, when a thunderous gunshot rang out. Was that Spitfire's thunder? How far ahead had Calamity and Velvet Remedy gotten? And what had they run into? I darted around Steelhooves' bulk, dashing out of the room and towards the sound. I could hear the heavy hooves of Steel Ranger fall behind me. Ah. I am now reaching the pain train part in reading, but, you know, we'll keep going. That was a warning shot, I heard Calamity stay ahead, his voice muffled and slightly mumbling. I don't give two. Warning shots are supposed to miss, Velvet Remedy barked sternly. I didn't hit anything vital, was his response. He was speaking slow, his words sounded like they came through clenched teeth. That weapon, a gruff mayor's voice insisted, is the property of Ministry of Wartime Technology. Surrender it, Tribal, and we'll let you live. Horse apples. Now I could tell why Calamity's voice sounded so warped. He was talking while holding Spitfire's thunder in his muscle. He was better at it than the slaver with the shovel spear whom I had encountered my first night out, but not by much. The only reason you ain't blowing us tribals to bits is that you don't want to hurt the pretty gun. I heard Pyrelight let out an alarmed squawk. Damn, Stillhooves muttered from behind me as he broke into a full gallop. Leaving me swiftly behind, I lowered my head, charging forward, trying to keep balance. Little Macintosh floated beside me, ready for action. I came barreling into the lobby of ponies and stumbled over the severed hind leg of a raider, losing my balance and face planting into the rubble of collapsed ceiling. Little Macintosh clattered into the rubble. She tripped me, I offered weakly, getting up, my eyes widened as I took in the 5 Steel Rangers in the room, only one of which was Steelhooves. One of the 4 new arrivals had taken a shot through the leg, and Velvet Remedy was fussing over it to the pony's chagrin. Calamity seemed intent on staring down the other 3 without the massive Spitfire's thunder. My companions and I would have been helplessly outmatched, even assuming Steelhooves remained on our side. Steelhooves was standing rigid, staring from Calamity, the unique anti-machine gun rifle held in his teeth. To the Steel Ranger he had shot through the leg, it was as if Applejack's fears were playing out right in front of him. Calamity's habit of shooting first couldn't have reared at a worse time. The lead mare of the Steel Rangers quartet was splitting her focus between Calamity and Steelhooves, addressing the latter. What are you doing with these primitives? Steelhooves ignored her, staring at Calamity. You shot a Steel Ranger. Them friends of yours came at us with intent to murder. Velvet Remedy spoke up again. Calamity's right. The moment they saw us, that one's missile launcher opened up, she said, pointing a hoof at one of the other Steel Rangers, and this one charged at us with a magical energy lance. I ask you again, said the lead mare, stepping forward. What are you doing here, soldier? Report! The 2 uninjured Steel Rangers behind her charged their battle stances to better cover the room, one of them targeting me. I cast my eyes to the floor, searching for where little Macintosh had fallen. Steelhooves growled at Calamity. We will have words. Then, bothering to spare the mayor his attention, he answered, You are not cleared for that information. You need only know that I am on assignment, and that you are interfering. Now, order your knights to back down. The tension in the air was nearly suffocating. I am a senior paladin in the Ministry of Wartime Technology. You will address me with proper respect befitting my rank. As will you, Steelhooves replied with gravely calm, when addressing a superior officer. A younger bug's voice sounded behind the helmet with a missile launcher. Elder Steelhooves? Oh my gosh. Elder Maxon, is that you? I'm just kidding. The question was met by a still room. I spotted little Macintosh, but didn't dare float it up from the floor, certain that some pony would start shooting. Calamity broke the silence. Elder? Well, I guess who's been holding out on us? My apologies, Star Paladin. Steelhooves, the senior paladin, said carefully. I did not recognize you. Your armor is that of a much lower station. Steelhooves nickered. Apology accepted. He turned to the younger buck. And I would thank you not call me above my station. If you know of me, then you know I refuse that position. Dude, that is freaking wild. Obviously, he was coming off as kind of brotherhood the whole time, but still. The leading mare was not done, however. You are far from your stomping ground, Star Paladin Steelhooves. By protocol, I shall lead you to meet with Elder Blueberry Saber! Blueberry Saber! Blueberry Saber! What kind of freaking unhinged name is Blueberry Saber? The light on her helmet swiveled to illuminate each of us in turn. As for the disposition of your friends, she began. They are with me, Steelhooves said firmly. Lead. I shall follow. The steel-encased mare turned and trotted out of the bank. Velvet Remedy stayed close to the wounded one as he rose to his hooves, favoring his injured leg. As the rest of us began to follow, I floated little Macintosh to me. The gears in my mind were beginning to turn again, and while I knew better than start asking questions in the middle of a tense diplomatic situation, it was clear that Steelhooves and I needed to have a big talk. Dude, let me meet Blueberry Saber, please. I'm really curious to get their character description. I really want to know. I'm not cringing. I'm absolutely amazed at the name. Star Paladin Steelhooves, sir, the young knight called out, trotting closer to Steelhooves, while the other uninjured knight covered Calamity and me with the light of machine gun of her battle saddle. Again, my apologies for before. The matter is past, Steelhooves said flatly. I sensed this was not a conversation our ghoul companion wanted to have. I found myself mentally cheering the young knight on. Permission to ask a question, sir? No. The knight stopped in his tracks, letting us pass him, then trotted to catch back up. In that case, permission to speak freely, sir. Steelhooves' head dropped just a little. No. No. The knight slowed, but did not stop this time. Permission granted. Knight boom, proclaimed the senior paladin to Steelhooves. She whinnied. My troops, my territory, my rules. Sir, I just wanted to say, there are a lot of Steel Rangers who felt the same way you do, about following in the path of the Ministry's mare. I mean, if you had taken your rightful place as Elder, a lot of us would have gladly followed you. Steelhooves remained impassive. The silence stretched out as we trotted through the suburban wreckage that surrounded Philadelphia. Slowly, the young knight dropped back into position behind us. I heard his last words muttered to himself before he fell quiet for the rest of the trip. We still would. Dude, I know, those names are so unhinged. Blueberry Saber. That's freaking ridiculous. That's absolutely wild. When I was a young buck, I was taught that somehow some ponies were inferior to others. That those not born as earth ponies were weak, frail, unsuited to labor, incapable of pulling their own weight without relying on magic. Honestly, this gives off... Red Eye gives off huge Dr. Breen vibes from Half-Life. You, my children, prove every day that the only ponies who are inferior are those who choose to be. Unity is more than just the blessing of the goddess. It is our search to transcend the laziness and weakness of our ancestors to reach a higher level of existence. Unity with our fellow ponies, not tearing each other apart, but building each other up, and Equestria with us. And you, my children, are already halfway there. In you, I see that unity already lies within us. Should we just choose to embrace it? The glorious evolution that awaits us is just icing on the cupcake. Explosions ripped through the street. Steelhooves stood alongside the other Steel Rangers as they tore into the slavers, taking cover behind their ruined chariots and carriages, and even behind the wagon full of slavers that they were transporting into the heart of Philadelphia. Red Eye's voice died when the grenade barrage from Mount Ghoul's battle saddle obliterated the slavers' radio. Through the din, no pony heard the shot from above that tore through Knight Buck's helmet, ripping it off his torso. His head turned to jellied mush. Inside, a Pinkie Pie balloon floated overhead, turned a ringing fuchsia by the dipping sun. "Take cover," the senior paladin yelled, and the rangers scattered. At the turn of events, the surviving slavers began to press forward, filling the streets with suppressive fire. I hid behind a trash barrel as bullets riddled it. If the bin hadn't been full of another age's refuse, the bullets would likely have torn through it and perforated my body. As it was, a few inches punched through were stopped by my saddlebags and barding. "I got this one," Calamity called out, soaring into the air. Spitfire's thunder strapped across his back, intent on going one-on-one with Pinkie Pie Balloon. From behind a mailbox, Velvet Remedy focused on invoking her shield spell, bringing it to brief life between our Pegasus and the slaver ponies who turned their guns to fire at him. The moment their guns were trained away from me, I dove around the trash barrel, slipping into sats and putting shots into the heads of 3 of them. Courtesy of the zebra rifle, their heads erupted in flame as they fell. 2 more were doused in flickering green balefire that sent my pit butt clicking. They stumbled, screaming as pyrolight flew over the slavers. I could hear shots exchanged above. The slaver pony who had been hiding behind the slave wagon, a lavender and green unicorn mare, wrapped the remains of Night Boom in the levitation field and floated it towards herself. Sats died only to activate again. Partially refreshed, I looked down the scope of the zebra rifle, but couldn't get a clear shot with the wagon of the slaves in the way. They were cringing, trapped in the open. I saw one tan-coated mare mouth, "Don't shoot me." Wait, what was I thinking? I focused, wrapping the entire wagon in a field of my own, and gently hauled the slaver's cover out of my way. One of the other slaver ponies opened fire at me, forcing me to dive back behind cover. I felt the levitation field slip, but caught it before I dropped the wagon full of helpless ponies. A hoot and a flash of green flame announced the death of the slaver pinning me. I turned to look back at the street just in time to see the lavender and green unicorn floating Night Boom's rocket launcher and firing a rocket through the display window of the store where the wounded steel ranger had taken cover. The storefront blew out in smoke and rubble. A moment later, the ranger mare with the light machine gun tore at least a dozen holes in the unicorn slaver. The unique sound of Calamity's battle saddle rang through the air, coupled with an explosion. Hoorah! The Pegasus swooped down to hover over me. "You see that?" Shot the grenade right out of her mouth. "Well done, a triple somersault dodge." He pumped a hoof in the air. "Who's the best shot in the equestrian wasteland?" I waved a hoof at him, urging him to take cover. Crackling whoosh sound filled the air. My shadow leaped across the ground as the sky above us suddenly lit up. Pointing at his breast, Calamity indulged in a bit of gloating. "Winner of the best young sharpshooter competition 4 years running. That's who." "Oh dear," Velvet said, staring up into the air from behind her mailbox. Her face was painted with flickering light. I felt a splash of dread. Calamity, still hovering in the air above me, turned his face upward, his voice trailing off. He was watching astonishingly as the Pinkie Pie balloon was consumed in flame. His mouth hung open. "Flammable gas?" he finally mouthed. "The fucking slavers filled their dirigibles with what? What is that word? With flammable gas?" Weird. Okay. Let's see. Apparently, little Pip, Calamity, Velvet whimpered, waving for our attention. "It's falling our way." I knew I should move, but the holocaust above transfixed me. Bits of burning material started to rain down around us. My trance was broken when a blazing swath of thick cloth landed on the trash bill next to me, draping it in flame. Celestia cloth. Oh my god! Full of sunfire! That is quite the extra sentence right there. That is a little eccentric. A little way too much energy right there. I dove around the bullet-filled trash can, running down the street as fast as my short legs could take me. The light above... The light above was getting brighter, and I could feel waves of heat pushing down on us. I didn't know. How could I have known? Calamity shot past me. What fucking psycho pony would do that? The imprisoned ponies turned towards me, the inferno on the sky, and screamed. The air burned in my throat mercifully. I still had my levitation field around the wagon. I floated it off the ground, towing it with me as I galloped down the shouted street, trying to put distance between all of us and the massive ball of fire shaped like Pinkie Pie's head that was slowly crashing to the earth. Oh my gosh, that's so freaking hilarious. I gave a prayer of thanks to Celestia and Luna. All of my companions had survived. 2 of the Still Rangers, however, had not. Why? The Paladin Mare asked us. As I unlocked the wagon and set the captive ponies free, I looked to her in surprise. I started to ask what she meant, only to call Homage's words of warning about the Still Rangers. Honestly, most of them would be more interested in saving your Pitbuck than saving you. I realized the Still Rangers probably engaged the slavers for a motivation completely different than my own. The revelation tasted sour. Because it's the right thing to do, and because if I was in their place, I said, remembering that at one time I had been, I would want some pony to do the same for me. Velvet Remedy's ears perked. She listened in on our conversation as she moved to give aid and comfort to the ponies who had been trapped in that wagon cage for what looked and smelled like weeks. They were malnourished, scared, and had slept in their own filth. One of the ponies was dead and had been long enough to begin to smell, but the slavers hadn't bothered removing the corpse. I felt a shimmering rage. Turning for the sight, I stared at into the impassive mask of the Still Ranger. Why did you? The more Red Eye's forces advance, the more ground we lose, the senior paladin explained. He covets the technology of the past that is rightfully ours to protect. We cannot engage his army directly, so we attack his supply lines. Part of me wanted to scream at the metal-clad pony about her priorities. Instead, I scowled at the news. I had not expected the outskirts of Philadelphia to be a war zone. Philadelphia was home to major hubs for both the Ministry of Wartime Technology and the Ministry of Morale, but we lost our hub to Red Eye's forces 3 years ago, and have been forced to fortify in a second position. My scowl increased. Any imminent plans to take it back? I felt the Still Ranger mare glare at me behind her mask. Presumably, she was taking me to their fortification, so there was no cause not to tell me about it. But that freedom of information did not extend to anything tactical. Steelhooves, however, stepped up and answered, "No." I heard the mare nicker bristling inside her armor, but Steelhooves didn't care. Why should we? By now, the building has been stripped of anything worth reclaiming. Stepping closer to me, Steelhooves demanded, "Come with me. I wish to talk with you alone." Perfect, because I wanted to talk to him. Why are you with us? We were in the burned-out husk of a small diner. Steelhooves remained, as always, hidden and expressionless behind his armor, and not the hogwash about having nothing better to do this time. I demanded once we were alone. Leader Steelhooves had vanished. Once again, I was inexplicably in charge, only this time, I really wanted to be. You said you were on assignment. What assignment? Steelhooves' tail swayed. Remember when you eavesdropped on my conversation with Calamity? The picture I painted of you and your friends? I nodded tightly. He surprised me with his next words. I don't believe any of that, he told me. You're not a spy or secret agent of some Ministry of Awesomeness Black Ops stable. You're a good pony who is a victim of her own good nature and incessant curiosity. Sitting on his haunches, Steelhooves continued, In my assessment, you have survived through luck, growing skill, and the unusual fortune of having capable friends who are willing to stick by you even when you are amazingly stupid. Oh, well, gee, thanks. I followed you because you are a better pony than I am, and you remind me of some pony else. You honestly strive to help and protect other ponies, I believe. He paused. There was a hitch in his voice. I believe she would have approved of you. Steelhooves dug a hoof at the red and black tiles, charred and shattered, that covered the floor. I told you before, not every Still Ranger has the same view of an oath. I have always believed that we should follow in the example of our ministry's mare, Applejack, that we should be pledged to her goals and priorities, that we should protect other ponies both with our technology and our fortitude. We were meant to steal and hoard. We were meant to defend. I nodded slowly. I haven't been faithful to my oath for a long time, but at your side, I can be again. I looked away, the ghoul's words sinking in. When I turned back, I fixed him with a stare. That was the most heartwarming cart of horse apples I have ever heard. He stopped digging. It's the truth. Of course it is, I said. That's how you lie. If you recall, I've seen you do it before. I started walking around the Steel Ranger as he continued to sit. You tell enough truth that any pony would buy your story. But here's where the saddle rubs. All of that assessment had to have happened after you insinuated yourself into our group. If anything, you just explained why you are still with us. I stopped in front of him and pointed, so I asked again, why are you here? Alright, Steelhooves nickered, standing up, repeating his words almost verbatim. Do you remember when you were eavesdropping on my conversation with Calamity? The picture I painted of you and your friends? Again, I nodded. That's what my elder believes you are, and my assignment is to assess the potential threat that you and the other residents of the stable you can't come from represent. No more secrets. That was my condition for not abandoning Steelhooves. He responded by giving me the box of memory orbs as a token of submission. I had not expected that, but he insisted. After all, we both knew I really couldn't just take his word. I focused on one of them, showing him trust in return by allowing myself to become helpless in his company. The world melted away. I was wet. Wind was coming down in the streets from the blackness of the night sky. I was wearing a rain slicker, but the wind buffeted at it, pulling it away, only to top off my mane was remotely dry under the hood. Lightning flashed, illuminating the Pegasus landing platform. Over 24 floors above the bustling city of the city below, I recognized the form of a giant scooter hovering over a well-lit building in the distance. This was Manhattan. Sure you want to be flying on a night like this, Apple Snack, sir? A dapperly dressed gray Pegasus buck asked as he shimmered himself into the harness of a sky chariot. It was a particularly beautiful chariot, adorned with a very familiar three-apple design. Very important business, I heard myself say in Apple Snack's voice. Has to be tonight. Well, that's what you pay me for, right? The Pegasus smiled. Although it's likely to be a beastly ride. I'll survive, Apple Snack said as lightning flashed across the sky. The Pegasus gripped the harness strap in his teeth and pulled, drawing it tight. And how's Miss Applejack? I was really sorry to hear about her accident. The ponies who were supposed to be keeping those elevators in top shape ought to be sent to jail. I felt my jaw tighten, but Apple Snack kept his voice pleasantly even. Strapped in tight, wing right? I both felt and heard him ask. Don't want you slipping free in the rain now. Yeah, the Pegasus laughed. That would be one unpleasant fall. Apple Snack stepped into the chariot, pressing as far forward as he could, as if afraid he might slip out of the back the moment the Pegasus launched forward. The Pegasus spread his wings, rain dripping off of the feathers. Apple Snack moved with alarming speed. I felt myself lurch forward, biting down, grasping the Pegasus wing in my teeth. My host drew back, pulling, drawing the wing back over the metal front edge of the chariot as he raised up a hoof. Apple Snack, what's up? The Pegasus squeaked in surprise before I felt my hoof come down on that pulled wing with a bone-crunching blow. The Pegasus screamed. Huh. That's quiet. Hold on. Spinning out the feathers of Wingwright's now crippled wing, Steelhooves growled, his low voice like thunder. Only 3 ponies knew exactly when Applejack was going to be riding up that elevator. Ah, my wing! My wing! What the hell? I checked your finances. Your account got a sudden influx of coins 3 weeks ago. And an even bigger one. Less than 8 hours after Applejack's accident, I was staring into the widening eyes of the blubbering Pegasus. My voice was dangerously low. Whining as a Roman plays, and my voice was dangerously low. My heartbeat wasn't raised at all. Really, you should choose something other than your filly's middle name as a password. Oh, I know, I'm absolutely invested in this. I'm immersed now. After chat goes quiet, I zone in. I have tunnel vision on the story. I can explain, the Pegasus wailed, cradling his shattered wing. My sister died in the war. That was an inheritance. I don't think so. Applesnack turned and stepped down off the chariot. Then I felt as my host lifted his back hooves and planted them against the rear of the chariot. Slowly, he began to shove, pushing it across the rain-slicked rooftop, and the helpless Pegasus along with it. What? No, what are you doing? Don't! The Pegasus cried out, trying feebly to push back as he was shoved closer and closer to the edge. Please, I have a family. Steelhooves grunted, stopping. Maybe you should have thought of them before you made your choice. He gave a final hard buck to the back end of the chariot, sent it toppling over the lip of the roof, Pegasus and all. I could hear the winged pony scream right up until the chariot bounced off the first outcropping on its way down to the streets below. I felt utterly stunned numb as my host's legs carried me towards the nearest door at a casual splashing trot. I felt him rehearsing under his breath. Oh my god, how diabolically evil! There's been a terrible accident. No, I have no idea where he was flying in from. I could tell he was coming in too low, but I expected him to pull up before he hit the building. It was horrible. I felt it was my fault. I shouldn't have asked Wingright to fly in this weather. I should have known this was the wind shear. Would be too much for him. That is deep. Wow. The memory ended. I stared at Steelhooves in horror. He stared back calmly. No secrets. Good God. Oh. We are not primitive tribals striking out hooves against stone hoping to create fire. We are building a better tomorrow for our children and our children's children. We build it through sweat and blood. We spill to restore the foundations of industry to our great nation. Because without industry, there is no progress. And we are not content to allow another 200 years to go by with ponykind reduced to scavengers. Red Eye's speech ended, his voice replaced by what sounded like carnival music. Twilight was descending over Philadelphia. No, back with you. Nearly 2/3 of Philadelphia had been cut off, sealed up from ruins beyond by a great metal wall. The bulk of the industrial center, the amusement park whose roller coaster towered in the fading light, and Philadelphia Crater itself all hid inside. Not only did towers just inside the wall harbor guard ponies, but griffins patrolled the skies around. The glaring dirigibles. What are these words? Dirigibles. What? I don't know. But provided additional sniper cover. The secondary position of the Steel Rangers was obvious. The largest and most defendable building still intact outside of the wall. The massive gear-shaped emblem in the front of the building proclaimed what it had been, even better than the crumbling two-story letters that cut through it. The Steel Rangers had taken over the headquarters of Stabletech and converted it into a citadel. Oh my god. That's freaking awesome. So you ain't an elder because you chose not to be? He asked curiously. Maybe we ain't so different after all. I felt ice water run down my spine. Yo, are we talking to Blueberry? Steel who stared at Calamity, studying the rust-colored Pegasus for a moment. Oh, never mind. No. You flew towards your responsibilities in defiance of your own kind, heedless and ignorant of the consequences. Calamity flapped backwards a bit, a frown forming a cross on his face. Steelhooves continued, I ran away from my responsibilities because I understood exactly what the consequences would be if I did not. I knew there were ponies who would follow my example, and I was not willing to risk a civil war amongst the Steel Rangers. Turning away from Calamity, Steelhoof said firmly, "We are nothing alike." Footnote level up. New perk, Tough Hide level 2. The brutal experience of the Equestrian Wasteland has hardened you. You gain +3 to damage threshold for each level of this perk you take. Well, folks, this has officially been the longest Equestria reading on this channel. Chapter, I suppose you could say. That was extreme. Oh yeah. Oh, feel the burn. Oh my. That takes a lot of energy. 4 hours and 20 minutes long. That is deep. All right. Gosh. Okay. Well, how long is this next one? I'm not reading another. I am not reading another. I just want to look. I would probably cry. 12,000, 8,000. All right, might be able to squeeze the next 2 chapters into a part. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Good. No, we are not doing 2 more. I draw the line at 3 right now. It is way too late for that. But yeah. Yeah, interesting. Interesting to see how this whole Red Eye thing and crud goes on. We got the ponies, the Brotherhood of Steel, pretty much. They're just like in 2 buildings, just like dead eyes staring at each other across like the rooftops, kinda. It's like the it's like Plants vs. Zombies, pretty much. You got zombies on one side, you got the plants on the other, literally just eyeing each other. Like, yeah, there's a Discord. You can access it by poking around in the description or the About Me page. That's where it is. It is there somewhere. But yeah. That is it. That is all for this. I am done. I am tired. And yeah, we'll maybe do more of this tomorrow. I have no clue. We'll see. Hey, we haven't technically seen any single monsters yet. We've only heard about monsters. But I'll get it because we're reading. Anyway.